Chapter 200. While the hidden dragon continent was in a state of chaos, Sanluo continent, one of the 10 lands of the lower realm. Unlike other continents, this continent was filled with the law of the jungle. The strong lived and the weak died. There was no justice or reason to speak of. It was also because of this that this continent became known as the land of evil in the lower realm. It was extremely chaotic. Many powerhouses who had committed heinous crimes in other continents could only escape to the Sanluo continent. The strong could live comfortably in the Sanluo continent, but the weak were miserable. At this moment, somewhere in the Sanluo continent, in a dark and cold palace, a young figure was sitting on a white skeleton throne. Black mist lingered around him, and his face could not be seen clearly. His long gray hair fell to the ground, and a pair of strange black and white wings grew from his back. Yin and Yang energy lingered around them. Although his face was blurry, the pupils that could be vaguely seen seemed to contain the blood of immortals and the horrifying scene of fiend gods falling. It was frightening. He sat calmly on the white skeleton throne, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. A black-robed man stood on both sides of the white skeleton throne, exuding the aura of a saint. Below him was a group of cultivators from the Sanluo continent. Among them, the leaders of several powerful factions were also gathered here. Among this group, a blood-robed old man stepped forward, cupped his hand slightly, and said carefully, "Lord from the immortal region, may I know why you have called us here?" This blood-robed old man came from the Yellow Spring Valley. The Yellow Spring Valley was one of the top factions in the Sanluo continent. These people were originally evil people who ate people without spitting out the bones, but they could only bow their heads in front of this lord from the immortal region. Those cultivators who had refused to submit had already become cold corpses on the ground. "I heard that you have found traces of the successor of the god-devouring, demonic art." The young man sitting on the white skeleton throne tapped his fingers on the armrest and said coldly, "Yes, we just received news not long ago that the successor of the god-devouring demonic art seems to be a prodigy of the Battle Demon Hall." The blood-robed old man said hurriedly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "Very good, you finally appeared. I didn't waste my time on this continent." The young man chuckled. "Yellow Spring Valley, Azura's Gate, Heavenly Fiend Sect, I order you to annihilate the Battle Devil Hall and capture the devouring god Devil Art successor for me." The young man ordered. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people from the 3 great sects changed. A middle-aged man from the Heavenly Slaughter sect couldn't help but stand out and say, "Lord from the immortal region, the Battle Demon Hall is the strongest force in the Sanluo continent. Even if our 3 sects attack together, we will suffer great losses. It's as if we are fighting with our lives on the line." However, just as the man from the Sky Slaughter sect finished speaking beside the white bone throne, a black-robed man reached out his hand and smashed him into meat paste with a single palm. "Is there anyone else who opposes my decision or doesn't want to obey?" the young man asked slowly. "No, we wouldn't dare." The people of the 3 great sects broke out in cold sweat. The Battle Demon Hall also had saints. If the 3 great sects joined forces, even if they managed to take down the Battle Devil Hall, they would still suffer heavy losses. As for the young man from the immortal region, he didn't suffer any losses. However, the situation was stronger than them, so they had no choice but to lower their heads. A man from the Shura sect braced himself and asked, "Lord from the immortal region, there are also prodigies from the lower realm of the immortal region paying attention to the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique in the Sanluo continent. If they try to stop us and fight for it," the man didn't continue, but his meaning was obvious. They were all from the immortal region, so who could they offend? Hearing this, the young man on the white bone throne laughed. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He said slowly, "Don't worry, in the 10 lands of the lower realm, no one dares to go against me. If there really is someone who doesn't have eyes and wants to stop us, You only need to say 6 words. Fallen God Palace, fallen Son of God. As soon as he said those 6 words, a terrifying, murderous, demonic aura swept out. Even some of the experts below with higher cultivation than the young man felt their scalps go numb. Fallen God Palace, fallen Son of God. Staying in the lower realm, they didn't know the weight of those 6 words. But in the immortal region, the fallen God Palace was a powerful force with a terrifying foundation. It was rumored that this faction was one of the origins of demonic cultivators in the immortal region, with an ancient heritage. Fallen Son of God. As one of the most outstanding prodigies in the fallen God Palace, his words weren't just empty words. In the 10 lands of the lower realm, there weren't many prodigies who dared to go against the fallen Son of God. Yes, we will do it right away. The people of the 3 major sects cupped their hands and left, their bodies soaked in cold sweat. Clearly, this young man from the immortal region had a shocking identity, far stronger than those ordinary prodigies from the lower realm. After the people of the 3 major sects left, the fallen Son of God leaned on the white bone throne and muttered to himself. Back then, the heaven-devouring evil lord's devouring god demonic technique caused a calamity in the immortal region. In the end, the heaven-devouring evil lord was besieged and severely injured on the verge of death. In the end, he disappeared, and the devouring god demonic technique was lost. I thought that the devouring god demonic technique was really extinct. Now that I think about it, the heaven-devouring evil lord probably didn't want his demonic technique to be lost. Therefore, in the last moments of his life, he forced himself to come to the lower realm and left behind his legacy. With my talent, if I can obtain the devouring god demonic technique, the dragon head of the immortal region's younger generation will be held by me, the fallen Son of God. The fallen Son of God smiled. Everything was under his control. In this Sanluo continent, no one from the immortal region dared to go against him, the fallen Son of God. In the next few days, the army led by the 3 major sects also rushed to the Battle Demon Palace. Along the way, there were some geniuses from the immortal region who sensed that something was wrong. With the identity of the immortal region, they went up and asked. In the end, when they heard the words, fallen Son of God from the fallen God Palace, all the geniuses from the immortal region retreated with fear, not daring to make things difficult for them. This gave the cultivators of the 3 major sects a clear understanding of the identity of the fallen Son of God. In the Sanluo continent, no one dared to challenge the authority of the fallen Son of God. This gave the cultivators of the 3 major sects confidence. Hugging this thigh might be a kind of opportunity. Under such circumstances, the army led by the 3 major sects unimpeded and launched a surprise attack on the Battle Demon Palace. As the strongest force in the Sanluo continent, the Battle Demon Palace naturally had to resist even though they were ambushed. Hand over the successor of the devouring god demonic technique, or your Battle Demon Palace will be destroyed. Lord, fallen Son of God from the fallen God Palace of the immortal region, has spoken. Hand over the successor of the devouring god demonic technique, and he might spare your lives. The flames of war raged, and smoke filled the air. The experts of the 3 major sects were shouting, "You bastards! Want the Battle Demon Palace to submit? Impossible!" The experts of the Battle Demon Palace shouted coldly. In such a chaotic situation, a young man in black armor led a blind girl and some other experts of the Battle Demon Palace toward the mountain behind the Battle Demon Palace. The blind girl wore a tight black gauze dress. She had a slender figure and a beautiful face. Her skin was extremely white and her hair was draped over her shoulders. The most special part of her body was her eyes. Because she was blind, her eyes were covered by a black ribbon. "Brother, leave quickly." "Don't worry about me," the blind girl said. "Qingying, don't be silly. I'll take you away. One day, I'll make the 3 major sects and that so-called fallen Son of God pay the price." The young man in black armor said in a cold voice filled with hatred. His eyes were as terrifying as black holes. This young man was the successor of the devouring god demonic technique. Right at this moment, a dense crowd of figures appeared in the sky ahead. 3 young prodigies stood at the front, their auras surging. The Yellow Spring Saint, Xue Shura Tianmingzi, the young man in black armor, swept his gaze across the sky with a cold expression. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 201. The Yellow Spring Saint Sun, Xue Shura, and Tianmingzi were the top prodigies of the Yellow Spring Valley, Shura sect, and Sky Slaughter sect. Like the black-armored youth, they were the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Sanluo continent. I didn't expect the Battle Demon Hall successor, Yan Fei, to be the successor of the devouring god demonic art. How unexpected. The Yellow Spring Saint Sun sneered. The black-armored youth was called Yan Fei. He was the most outstanding prodigy of the Battle Demon Hall. As for the blind girl, she was his younger sister, Yan Qingying. I didn't expect that the 3 major sects would become the lackeys of the Immortal Region's prodigies. Yan Fei rebuked. The Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others' expressions became unnatural. Although this was the truth, could he not address him as a lackey in such an unpleasant manner? Humph, you don't know how powerful the fallen Son of God is. In this lower realm, no one dares to offend the fallen Son of God. The Yellow Spring Saint Sun said coldly, "That's right. It's your honor to be chosen by the fallen Son of God. Surrender and come with us." Tianmingzi said, "If I can live, I will kill that fallen Son of God with my own hands." Yan Fei's black eyes were cold. He suddenly turned his head and said to an elder, "Elder, please take Qingying away. I will hold them off." Yan Fei, "Sai, all right." The elder was very decisive and retreated with Yan Qingying. "No, brother." Yan Qingying's expression changed. She wanted to stay, but was forcefully taken away by the elder. "Qingying, run. Don't worry about me." Yan Fei shouted and turned to attack the Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others. Originally, his strength was about the same as the Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others. But now, Yan Fei raised his hand and a black vortex appeared. It was as if it could devour everything. His pitch-black eyes were also emitting an aura that could devour everything. It's the devouring god demonic art. The Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others were excited. If they could capture Yan Fei and suppress him, they would be great contributors. At that time, the fallen Son of God would definitely reward them. He might even bring them to the Immortal Region. Kill! The Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the other 2 also made their moves. There were also some cultivators from the Battle Devil Hall who chose to stay behind to block the experts from the 3 great sections. Yan Qingying had already left the back mountain. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. At the same time, the Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others screamed in fear. "Yan Fei, you've really gone mad. You actually self-destructed. You don't even want your life anymore." Following this scream, Yan Fei self-detonated and perished together with the Yellow Spring Saint Sun and the others. "Big brother!" Yan Qingying screamed. Her heart was filled with grief. "Qingying, let's leave quickly." That elder's eyes also revealed a sorrowful expression. The battle lasted for a few days. In the end, the War Demon Palace was still outnumbered. With the exception of a small number who managed to escape, most of the cultivators from the War Demon Palace had fallen. Of course, the 3 great sects and other factions had suffered great losses too. Even top geniuses like the Yellow Spring Saint Sun had fallen. However, what terrified the 3 sects was that the person the fallen Son of God wanted, the successor of the god-swallowing demonic art, Yan Fei, had already died from self-detonation. This made the 3 great sects uneasy. However, they could only bite the bullet and report back. In the palace, the fallen Son of God, who was sitting on the white bone throne, did not say a word after hearing the news. Below him, the cultivators of the 3 great sects were drenched in cold sweat. Their legs were trembling. "Master, please spare our lives." Yen Fei wanted to self-detonate. We couldn't do anything about it. The cultivators of the three great sects knelt down in unison. However, to their surprise, the fallen Son of God did not seem to be enraged. No, something's not right. The fallen Son of God muttered to himself. Rumor has it that there is a legend of the 10 heaven-defying sons in the lower realm. The fortune of the lower realm would gather on one person. Logically speaking, the successor of the God-swallowing demonic art, Yen Fei, should be the heaven-defying son of the Yama continent. How could he die so easily? Shouldn't he find a way to survive and take revenge on me? The fallen Son of God pondered. The fallen God Palace was also an immortal faction with a strong foundation. They knew a lot of secrets. As the young Nine Heavens Supreme of the fallen Son of God Palace, it went without saying that he knew a lot of information. He had also heard about the 10 heaven-defying sons. However, didn't the heaven-defying son of the Yama continent die too easily? The fallen Son of God said after a slight ponder, "You're saying that some of the remaining members of the Battle Demon Hall have escaped?" "Yes, that's right. Some of them have escaped, including Yen Fei's sister, Yen Qingying. The cultivators of the three great sects replied. The sister of the successor of the God-swallowing demonic art? The fallen Son of God raised his brows. After that he said, "I'll give you 7 days to find all the remaining members of the Battle Demon Hall, especially Yen Fei's younger sister. You must leave her alive." "Yes." The cultivators of the three great sects replied and left. Did I guess wrong from the beginning? But Yen Fei did use the God-swallowing demonic art. It's fine. Everything will be clear as long as we capture everyone related to him. The fallen Son of God chuckled coldly. He had to get his hands on the God-swallowing demonic art. While the entire Yama continent was in chaos in a desolate mountain, there was an ancient transportation formation covered in a thick layer of dust. The transportation formation that had not been activated for a long time suddenly emitted a blinding light. Then, the space twisted as a group of figures appeared. It was Jun Xiaoyao and his group. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the golden carriage and looked around. He asked, "Which world is this?" "Son of God, this should be the Yama continent. We need to pass through this world to reach the hidden dragon continent," progenitor Dongxian replied. "I see. Then we'll go straight to the hidden dragon continent." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. At this moment, the middle-aged man in pitch-black armor, who looked like a demon god, had a hesitant look on his face. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao noticed the man's expression and asked. Progenitor Dongxian smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know. The Yama continent is Brother Gu Yuan's hometown." "I see." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Only then did he understand why Gu Yuan had such an expression. Gu Yuan cupped his hands and said, "Young master, to be honest, I was once the 7th Hall Master of the Battle Demon Hall in the Yama continent. Now that I've come to my hometown, I can't help but feel nostalgic." "Of course. Young master's matter is more important. We can go straight to the hidden dragon continent," Gu Yuan replied. He did not dare to delay Jun Xiaoyao's journey because of his personal matters. "It's fine. You've been following this Son of God for so long. It's been hard on you. Now that we're in your hometown, let's go to the Battle Demon Hall and take a look," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. "Thank you, young master." Gu Yuan cupped his hands with gratitude. Then they set off and found a random cultivator to ask about the location of the Battle Demon Hall. However, Gu Yuan's expression changed abruptly when he heard the news. "What did you say? The Battle Demon Hall has been destroyed?" Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 202. Gu Yuan was completely stunned, as if there was thunder rumbling in his head. He was the 7th Lord of the Battle Demon Palace. Although he had ascended to the immortal realm in the end, he still missed the Battle Demon Palace. However, when he ascended to the immortal realm, The Battle Demon Palace had always been the strongest force in the Sanluo continent. How did it fall to such a state now? What's going on? Gu Yuan asked. The pressure of the Saint Realm he emitted made the cultivator tremble. He was just a little cultivator who was passing by. In the blink of an eye, he saw such a terrifying group of people. Not only were there 9-headed lions pulling the carriage, there were even saints among them. The little cultivator was on the verge of fainting. Where did this group of ferocious people come from? What's going on? Tell me. Jun Xiaoyao also frowned. This matter had nothing to do with him. However, Gu Yuan had followed him to the lower realm for so long and had always done his best to fulfill his duty. It was unreasonable for Jun Xiaoyao to ignore it. When the little cultivator saw Jun Xiaoyao, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was too extraordinary. Even the aura of the saints next to him was overshadowed by this young man in white. Could he be a genius from the lower realm of the immortal realm? The little cultivator was secretly shocked. However, he still hurriedly told him everything that had happened in the Sanluo continent recently. After hearing all the news, Gu Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. His entire person was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was unstable. After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Fallen son of God from the fallen God palace. Jun Xiaoyao thought for a moment. The fallen God palace was also a famous immortal realm force in the Huangtian immortal realm. It was rumored that this sect was one of the origins of the demonic path in the immortal realm and had a deep and long history. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it was just SOSO. As for the fallen son of God, he was also very famous among the younger generation. He had once fought against 3 successors of the 3 immortal realm forces at the same time and escaped unscathed in the end. That was the battle that made him famous. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, the fallen son of God's strength could only be considered passable. If it were him, the successors of the 3 undying factions would have to consider how to survive. However, Jun Xiaoyao had never seen the fallen son of God before, so he wasn't sure if he had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Of course, the fallen son of God was not the main reason. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about him. What Jun Xiaoyao cared about was the God-devouring demonic art and the heaven-defying child of the Sanluo continent. Jun Xiaoyao had only heard of the God-devouring demonic technique. It was rumored that it was the technique of the heaven-devouring evil lord of the immortal domain. That was a ruthless demonic cultivator with a high cultivation base. He had even used the God-devouring demonic technique to kill several supreme beings of the same realm. One must know that it wasn't that easy for an utmost exalted expert to fall. From this, one could see how domineering the God-devouring demonic art was. Jun Xiaoyao was also a little interested in the God-devouring demonic technique. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao was also interested in the heaven-defying child of the Sanluo continent. Logically speaking, that heaven-defying child should be Yan Fei of the Battle Demon Palace. However, he died. Jun Xiaoyao was also thinking about this problem. Generally speaking, a heaven-defying child who had the fortune of an entire world on his body would definitely not die so easily. As for Lin Feng, Mo Fan, and the Limitless Star Lord, they could only say that they were very sorry that they had met Jun Xiaoyao. That was fate. Jun Xiaoyao believed that it would not be that easy for others to deal with a heaven-defying child. In that case, could it be that someone else has obtained the inheritance of the God-devouring demonic technique? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this point, and the person who had the highest possibility of obtaining the inheritance of the God-devouring demonic technique should be someone close to Yan Fei. Is the Battle Demon Palace completely annihilated? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The young cultivator shook his head and said, There is still a small number of cultivators from the Battle Demon Palace who escaped, but it's useless. The 3 sects are chasing after them. It won't be long before they are all annihilated. The cultivator's words made Gu Yuan clench his fists tightly. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. He wanted to help the Battle Demon Palace, but he was afraid of delaying Jun Xiaoyao's matter. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others left. The young cultivator finally heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Jun Xiaoyao and the others leave. Oh my, these geniuses of the immortal region give off too much pressure. But why do I feel like I've seen that middle-aged man before? The cultivator was suspicious. He thought about it carefully. Suddenly, he remembered that a few years ago he had wanted to join the Battle Demon Palace. Although he did not succeed in the end, he had seen the statues of the past palace masters in the Battle Demon Palace. There seemed to be one of them who was extremely similar to that middle-aged man. The cultivator's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled. It can't be. Could that middle-aged man be the palace master of the Battle Demon Palace a long time ago? The cultivator was completely dumbfounded. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao and the others quickly arrived at the Battle Demon Palace's encampment according to the cultivator's directions. Looking around, the entire Battle Demon Palace had been reduced to ruins. There were broken limbs everywhere, and corpses were strewn all over the place. When Gu Yuan saw this, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. His eyes were overflowing with anger. This was the force that he had once led, but now it had been reduced to ruins. Beside him, old ancestor Dongxian sighed as well. If Jun Xiaoyao had not gone to the Tianxin continent, the Dongxian Dao sect would have been completely destroyed. The rise and fall of a force was simply too insignificant. Only the immortal forces of the immortal region could last forever and exist with the world. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. Suddenly, he knelt down on one knee before Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Young master, I have a presumptuous request. I know that young master has matters to attend to, so I dare not drag you down. However, I hope that young master will allow me to stay in the Shenluo continent for a period of time. Once I'm done with my matters, I will immediately look for young master." This man with a demon-like aura was now willing to kneel on the ground and beg Jun Xiaoyao to give him some time. It was obvious that Gu Yuan still had feelings for the Battle Demon Palace. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. Why bother? Do I, the son of God, look like such an unreasonable person? Young master. Gu Yuan looked emotional. Jun Xiaoyao admitted that he was simply a devil to his enemies. However, he was still very good to his own people. You don't have to say any more. I, the son of God, can't just stand by and watch, Jun Xiaoyao said. However, he didn't say the second half of his sentence. How could Jun Xiaoyao miss out on such a thing that could possibly benefit him? He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of it. Thank you, young master. Gu Yuan revealed a joyful expression and sincerely cupped his hands to Jun Xiaoyao. If he had followed Jun Xiaoyao only because of the Jun family's orders before, but now he had truly offered his loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. I'm also very interested in the God-devouring demonic technique. I only hope that the fallen son of God won't be tactful and snatch my prey. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. If someone familiar with Jun Xiaoyao saw this smile, they would understand. It meant that Jun Xiaoyao was about to start harvesting again. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 203. After the destruction of the Battle Demon Hall, the chaos in the entire Shenluo continent did not dissipate. This was because a small number of cultivators from the Battle Demon Hall had escaped. The experts of the three major sects were also chasing after them from behind. All the cultivators in the Shenluo continent knew, if nothing went wrong, the Battle Demon Hall would definitely be destroyed. The small group of cultivators could not escape the encirclement of the three sections. And the truth was indeed as everyone had expected. The small group of cultivators from the Battle Demon Hall were surrounded and forced to the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was the most dangerous place in the Shenluo continent. It was impossible to fly above the Dead Sea. If one fell into the Dead Sea, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was, they would completely sink and never float up again. Therefore, the Dead Sea could be said to be a land of death in the Shenluo continent. The cultivators of the three sects were very smart. They purposely blocked all the escape routes so that the Battle Demon Hall cultivators could only escape toward the Dead Sea. In the end, they were stuck in a dead end. The Dead Sea was a sea as black as ink. The seawater was as deep and dense as ink. Not far away, a group of cultivators covered in injuries had escaped to this place. They looked at the pitch-black ocean in front of them with despair in their eyes. It's over. It's really over. Those bastards of the three sects are really cunning. They forced us to the Dead Sea. Is our Battle Demon Hall really going to be destroyed like this? The cultivators of the Battle Demon Hall all had sorrowful expressions. As the strongest force in the Sanluo continent, they were awe-inspiring and respected wherever they went. But now they were like a bunch of stray dogs that had been forced into a dead end. Among the cultivators, there was a slender, blind girl in a black gauze dress. Her eyes were covered by a black ribbon. She was Yan Fei's sister, Yan Qingying. Logically speaking, Yan Qingying should be extremely sad when her brother died, but she was not. There was not a trace of weakness or sadness on her snow-white face. There was only extreme coldness and hatred. Waves after waves of deep and cold murderous intent were emitted from Yan Qingying's body, causing the few elders by the side to be a little surprised. Yan Qingying knew that crying and sorrow were useless. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to destroy the three major sects and kill the fallen Son of God. Sigh, Qingying, my condolences. The few elders shook their heads helplessly. As long as there is a chance, as long as Qingying has a chance to live, I will kill the fallen Son of God. Yan Qingying exuded an extreme killing intent. The dark killing intent even gave the few empty God realm elders goosebumps. Yan Qingying's dark aura was even denser than Yan Fei's. However, when it came to revenge, the elders shook their heads bitterly. Now that they were on the verge of death, how could they still have the chance to take revenge? At this moment, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the distance. The densely packed figures were like a swarm of locusts. It was the Allied army led by the three great sections. Apart from the Alliance army, there were also some spectators from other forces. There were also some geniuses from the Immortal region who were watching the show. Sigh, it seems like the fallen Son of God is determined to get the devouring God demonic skill. One of the geniuses from the Immortal region shook his head and said, Who doesn't want it? It's a pity that the fallen Son of God has given the order. If we dare to take advantage of the situation, we might even lose our lives. Another genius from the Immortal region said helplessly, That's right. The fallen Son of God is not a kind person. Anyone who dares to offend him will be killed. With the support of the fallen God Palace, the fallen Son of God has nothing to fear. The geniuses from the Immortal region had originally wanted to find the successor of the devouring God demonic skill and get a share of the loot. However, the fallen Son of God had given the order that anyone who dared to interfere with him would have to bear the consequences. The fallen Son of God was very famous in the Immortal region, and the geniuses from the Immortal region did not dare to offend him. This fallen Son of God is too arrogant and domineering. I really hope someone can teach him a lesson. You think too much. In the lower realm, how many people are qualified to teach the fallen Son of God a lesson? Well, the geniuses from the Immortal region were just spectators. The atmosphere of the entire Dead Sea became heavy and solemn. Looking at the crowd that covered the sky and earth, the cultivators from the Battle Demon Palace all clenched their fists. A tall figure with the aura of the Sage Realm stepped out. The battle armor on his body was slightly broken and stained with blood. His face looked dignified. It was the current palace master of the Battle Demon Palace, a mid-stage sage expert. He glanced at the people from the three major sects and said in a cold voice, Do you three sects really want to go to such extremes? An old man from the Yellow Spring Valley walked out. His name was Yellow Spring Elder, and he was the Valley Master of the Yellow Spring Valley. We three sects have no choice but to listen to the orders of the fallen Son of God. listen to the orders of the fallen Son of God? Don't you have the slightest intention of destroying my battle demon palace?" "The battle demon palace," Master sneered. His words made the eyes of Old Man Yellow Spring and the others flicker. It was impossible to say that they had no intention of doing so. The battle demon palace had been the overlord of the Sinluo continent for a long time. The three major sects, including the Yellow Spring Valley, were naturally unhappy and wanted to overthrow the Battle Demon Palace. However, because of the Battle Demon Palace's strength, they had not made up their minds. Now the fallen Son of God was forcing them to deal with the Battle Demon Palace. In a way, it could be said that he had helped them make up their minds. Once the Battle Demon Palace was eradicated, the three major sects would naturally become the new overlords of the Sinluo continent. If the fallen Son of God was satisfied, he might even reward them. A casual reward from the Immortal Region's geniuses would be enough to make the three major sects stronger. This was what the three major sects were thinking now. Enough chit-chat. Surrender and hand over Yen Fei's sister. Old Man Yellow Spring did not want to say more. The outcome was already decided. Why waste time talking? The people of the Battle Demon Palace would rather die than surrender. We will fight to the end. The Battle Demon Palace master shouted coldly and attacked directly. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to resist. Killing one was not a loss. Killing two was a gain. Next, the battle erupted again. However, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. The cultivators of the Battle Demon Palace were outnumbered and self-destructed one after another. Looking at this scene, the spectators from the other forces sighed. The Battle Demon Palace, which was ranked first in the Sinluo continent, ended up like this. On the other hand, the Immortal Region's geniuses were calm. In their eyes, the conquest of the Lower Realms forces was like two groups of ants fighting against each other. You must be Yen Fei's sister. Surrender obediently. A cultivator from the three major sects noticed Yen Qingying. Yen Qingying's slender body exuded a dark and cold aura. At this moment, a surge of sage realm power suddenly erupted in the distance. A terrifying saber light that was 1,000 feet long slashed down from the sky. The saber cut through the sky. Are you still looking for? Sign in to Sacred Body of the Ancients for free. Baidu directly searched. Easy, very simple. =. Chapter 204. The power of the 1,000-foot-long saber light was so terrifying that it even split the sky in half. At the same time, a cold shout came along with the saber light. It sounded like a demon god's voice. "Bastards from the three sects, you shall die today!" As the voice fell, the 1,000-foot-long saber light slashed down from the sky. This saber strike killed nearly 1/3 of the cultivators from the three sects. Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Wails and screams filled the air. This sudden saber strike stunned everyone, and they stood rooted to the ground like wooden blocks. Old Man Yellow Spring and the others felt their scalps go numb, and their hair stood on end. Although he was also a saint, he was only at the early stage. That saber light gave Old Man Yellow Spring the illusion that he was facing death. Who is it? At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him. A middle-aged man in pitch-black armor, with a temperament as cold as a demon god's, stepped through the air. He held a blood-red saber in his hand, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as they swept across Old Man Yellow Spring and the others. A saint! Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Even in the immortal realm, saints were not everywhere, let alone in the lower realm. Who was this saint that suddenly appeared? Why did he help the Battle Demon Palace? Just as everyone was puzzled, the remaining cultivators of the Battle Demon Palace widened their eyes in shock. Why did this man look so much like the palace master that the Battle Demon Palace worshipped? All the palace masters of the Battle Demon Palace had statues erected in the Battle Demon Palace. That was why they recognized him so quickly. The Battle Demon Palace Master's eyes trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Are you the 7th Palace Master?" As soon as he said that, the surroundings quieted down. The 7th Palace Master of the Battle Demon Palace was a famous, ruthless person in the Sanluo continent. His era was also the most glorious era of the Battle Demon Palace. However, later on, the 7th Palace Master disappeared without a trace. Some said that he had already ascended to the immortal realm, and now this man who suddenly appeared was actually the 7th Palace Master? How? How is this possible? Old Man Yellow Spring and the others were stunned, and great waves of shock rose in their hearts. In Gu Yuan's era, they were just a bunch of small fries. I didn't expect the 3 small sects back then to be able to do such a thing. Gu Yuan's eyes were extremely cold. Hearing this, Yellow Spring Elder's heart sank completely. Without a doubt, this saint who had suddenly appeared was the 7th Palace Master of the Battle Demon Palace. However, the people from the 3 great sects could not understand why the 7th Palace Master would appear at such a coincidental moment. Hiss! It's actually that ruthless person. He came down from the immortal realm. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show also took a deep breath. The name of the 7th Palace Master, Gu Yuan, was well known in the Sanluo continent. Those geniuses of the immortal domain had never heard of Gu Yuan. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. What's the use of this 7th Palace Master coming here? Could it be that he dares to stop us? That's right. Even if he's a saint, offending the fallen Son of God will not end well for him. These geniuses of the immortal region didn't think highly of Gu Yuan. Strength and realm were only a part of it. Identity and background were equally important. Although Gu Yuan was a saint, he was still a saint from the immortal realm. Would he dare to offend the fallen Son of God? When the Battle Demon Palace Master and the others thought of this, the joy and excitement on their faces lessened greatly. Yellow Spring Elder also thought of this at the same time. The panic and surprise on their faces dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by a calm and indifferent expression. Yellow Spring Elder said unhurriedly, "7th Palace Master, this old man did not expect you to appear. However, do you know who ordered us to destroy the Battle Demon Palace?" A cold glint flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes as he said, "I don't care who ordered you. Today, let alone the 3 great sects, even the people behind you will die. How dare you be disrespectful to the fallen Son of God?" Yellow Spring Elder shouted sternly. At this moment, a gentle and indifferent voice rang out. "Who does the fallen Son of God think he is?" As the voice rang out, a lion's roar shook the distant sky. A 9-headed lion pulled a carriage over. Old Ancestor Dongxian, Yu, and the others followed closely behind. Another saint expert? The surrounding Sanluo continent cultivators were shocked again. However, the gazes of the immortal region's geniuses fell on the 9-headed lion pulling the carriage. A 9-headed lion pulling a carriage. Could it be that some of the immortal region's geniuses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes? If the fallen Son of God made them wary and fearful, then they could only look at that person. They could only look up to him. They were not from the same world at all. Who are you? Yellow Spring Elder raised his eyebrows. The saint aura that old Ancestor Dongxian exuded made Yellow Spring Elder's heart tremble again. This saint actually looked like a follower. When Gu Yuan saw Jun Xiaoyao arrive, he also cupped his fists and said, "Young master is here." What? Seeing Gu Yuan's action, the Sanluo continent's cultivators were tongue-tied. The famous 7th Palace Master Gu Yuan, who had left behind a legend in the Sanluo continent, had become someone else's follower? The Battle Demon Palace's cultivators were also completely stunned. This was completely different from the high and mighty 7th Palace Master that they had imagined. Yan Qingying, on the other hand, raised her snow-white pretty face. Although she was blind, she still looked at Jun Xiaoyao. What kind of person was he to be called young master by an expert like the seventh palace master? Could he be compared to the fallen son of God? Seeing this, the surrounding immortal regions' geniuses shuddered. How could they not know who was sitting in the carriage? One by one, the immortal regions' geniuses stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Greetings, son of God." This scene really shocked the Sanluo continent's cultivators. They had never seen these arrogant immortal regions' geniuses show such reverence and admiration. This time, even Yellow Spring Elder's heart skipped a beat. Even a fool could tell that the person in the carriage was not only a mortal region's genius, but also seemed to have an extremely noble status. Because previously, when these immortal regions' geniuses heard the name of the fallen Son of God, they only showed some fear. But now, they took the initiative to step forward and bow. There was a huge difference between the two. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Just kill them directly. Using the fallen Son of God as a shield is ridiculous. In the carriage, Jun Xiaoyao's voice was cold and disdainful. Yes. With Jun Xiaoyao's support, Gu Yuan was completely relieved. He slashed at Old Man Yellow Spring with his saber. "No, you can't do this. Lord Fallen Son of God will not let you go." Yellow Spring Elder resisted with all his might and screamed in horror. However, his words caused the immortal region's geniuses to mock and ridicule him. What a fool! What is the fallen Son of God in front of the Jun family's Son of God? That's right. In terms of status, has the Jun family's Son of God ever been afraid of anyone? This group of immortal region's geniuses looked at the allied forces of the three major sects with ridicule and pity. The three major sects were completely finished, and the fallen Son of God had kicked an iron plate. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 205. With Gu Yuan's strength, it was very easy to deal with Elder Yellow Spring, who was in the early stage of the Saint Realm. However, after a few moves, Elder Yellow Spring was killed by Gu Yuan. Elder Yellow Spring did not see Jun Xiaoyao's true body until he died. He died with his eyes wide open. Old Ancestor Dongxian and the others also helped. With their strength, the saints of the three sects were no match for them. They were killed one by one. After the leading saint was killed, the cultivators of the other three sects were scared out of their wits. They completely lost their will to fight and fled in panic. However, Gu Yuan did not give them a chance to escape. Logically speaking, saints disdained to kill cultivators below the saint realm because it was lowering their status. However, Gu Yuan was different. Seeing the battle demon hall destroyed, he was filled with anger. As he waved his saber, the cultivators of the three sects fell like wheat being harvested. It was no joke for a saint to be angry. Soon the battle was over. By the Dead Sea, the ground was soaked in blood as if it had turned into a crimson land. Countless corpses were piled up like mountains. Although many cultivators of the three sects had died, the expressions on their faces were still frozen in fear and despair. This time, the allied forces of the three sects were completely annihilated. In the future, there would be no more Yellow Spring Valley, Shura sect, and Sky Slaughter sect on the Sun Luo continent. After everything was settled, the Battle Demon Hall Master and the others immediately stepped forward and cupped their fists at Gu Yuan. "Thank you, Seventh Hall Master, for your help." All the surviving cultivators of the Battle Demon Hall were very excited. Their eyes were shining. They had thought that they would definitely die today. However, there was a 360-degree change in the end. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the young master. With the young master here, I can help you without fear of the fallen Son of God, said Gu Yuan. He knew very well that if Jun Xiaoyao did not support him, even if he helped today, he would still suffer the fallen Son of God's revenge in the future. Thank you for your kindness, young master. The Battle Demon Hall will never forget your kindness. The Battle Demon Hall Master led the cultivators and bowed to the golden carriage. Finally, The curtain was lifted by Su Ziqiang. Jun Xiaoyao walked out calmly. He was shrouded in immortal light. His appearance and temperament needed no words to describe it. I knew it. Some of the surrounding geniuses felt their hearts tremble violently. That ruthless man from the Jun family had really descended to the lower realm. There was no need to elaborate on the miracles that Jun Xiaoyao had created in the immortal realm. All the geniuses present knew about it, which was why they were so respectful to Jun Xiaoyao. The Battle Demon Hall Master and the others also became even more respectful. Jun Xiaoyao, immortals the immortal domain immortals, immortal immortals. S immortal immortals immortal. S immortal immortals immortal. Immortal immortals immortals immortal immortals demon immortal. There was an even more important reason, which was naturally for his own benefit. Hence he asked directly, "Young master, the immortal immortals is indeed the immortal domains immortal. However, he has already died." The Battle Demon Hall Master replied, "Does he have any relatives?" Jun Xiaoyao asked again. He didn't think that a heaven-defying immortal would die so easily. "He has a sister, Yan Qingying. She is here." The Battle Demon Hall Master gestured for Yan Qingying to come out. Yan Qingying was wearing a long black dress. It made her slender figure look even more graceful. Although she was blind, she could still tell the direction of the voice. She bowed in Jun Xiaoyao's direction. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Qingying with a deep gaze. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He continued, "This is not the place to chat. Let's go somewhere else." Everyone present nodded. Only the Battle Demon Palace Master hesitated. "Young master, if that fallen son of God comes..." The people of the Battle Demon Hall were still somewhat fearful of the fallen son of God. After all, he was a peak young paragon of the immortal domain. Just release the news that this son of God wants to pick his peaches midway. If he dares to come, this son of God doesn't mind making the palace of the fallen god one less successor. Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves and spoke in an indifferent tone as he returned to his carriage. Hearing this, the surrounding geniuses of the immortal realms all gasped. There weren't many people in the entire immortal realm who dared to look down on the fallen son of God. They had once again witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's domineering aura. After Jun Xiaoyao left with a group of people, the news of this place seemed to have grown wings as it spread across half of the Sanluo continent in just a few days. Previously, the news of the 3 major sects besieging the Battle Demon Hall had already spread like wildfire. In the end, in just a few days, news of the 3 major sects alliance being annihilated spread. This turn of events was too dramatic, and people couldn't help but pay attention to it. What shocked the cultivators of the Sanluo continent wasn't the 7th Hall Master of the Battle Demon Hall, Guiyuan. Instead, it was the mysterious genius of the immortal domain who didn't take the fallen son of God seriously. Later, the geniuses of the immortal domain spread the news. The identity of that mysterious genius was the son of God of the Jun family in the immortal domain. His status was extraordinary, and his strength was superior to his peers. Some geniuses of the immortal domain even described Jun Xiaoyao as a young great emperor. This caused the entire Sanluo continent to be in an uproar. For the lower realm, saints were almost the ultimate existences. To them, great emperors were like gods in myths and legends. And now, those geniuses of the immortal domain actually said that the son of God of the Jun family was a young, godlike existence. How could this not be shocking? The focus of the geniuses of the immortal domain was on the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God was also an arrogant and cold person. They were very curious about how the fallen son of God would react to Jun Xiaoyao's contempt. When the time came, would there be a clash between the two of them? Just as the entire Sanluo continent was in an uproar. In a palace, the fallen son of God, who was sitting on a white bone throne, slammed the armrest hard. "Damn it, the son of God of the Jun family, appeared out of nowhere. The fallen son of God's body was filled with black mist, and his aura burst out with a cold intent. If other geniuses had interfered, the fallen son of God wouldn't have cared at all. He could have just slapped them to death. However, the person who interfered was the son of God of the Jun family. He was the fallen son of God. In terms of status and strength, few people in the immortal domain could compare to him. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not to mention being on par with him. Jun Xiaoyao's status was even higher than his. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the core descendant of the Jun family of the ancients, the Jiang family of the ancients, and the Holy Spirit College. The fallen son of God only had the palace of the fallen gods behind him. "Young master, why don't we make a move secretly?" The black-robed man with the aura of the saint stage said. The fallen son of God shook his head and said coldly, "It's useless. Jun Xiaoyao also has a protector. Taking a step back, if you assassinate him and the Jun family finds out, the fallen son of God didn't dare to think about the consequences. If he died because of a fight between peers, the Jun family might not find any reason to act. However, if a saint assassinated Jun Xiaoyao, the Hades heaven was a lesson to be learned. The palace of the fallen gods was much more powerful than the Hades heaven. However, it was impossible for them to face the oppression of two great clans of the ancients and a supreme academy at the same time. Although Jun Xiaoyao is strong, I, the fallen son of God, am not weak either. Let me see how strong this legendary son of God of the Jun family really is." The fallen son of God stood up, and the black and white wings on his back flapped. Chapter 206. No matter what, the fallen son of God had to fight. If he didn't, his Tao heart would be covered in dust and cracks would appear. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had spoken with such a disdainful attitude. If he didn't fight, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the other immortal realms geniuses? As such, the outcome of the battle was already set in stone from the moment Jun Xiaoyao decided to intervene. In less than a day, the news that the fallen son of God was going to fight Jun Xiaoyao spread. The news spread wildly everywhere. Many immortal realms geniuses were shocked. The Jun family's son of God, the fallen son of God, both of them were famous for their battle prowess. In terms of status, they were both successors of immortal realms. In terms of strength, they were at the top of their generation. If the two of them fought, it would be a battle between the strong. It would be very interesting. Even the cultivators of the Sanluo continent were very interested. They were listening to the wind and grass. When there was news, they would all gather. A battle between geniuses of the immortal realms was very rare. Not to mention a battle between the young supremes of the immortal realms. Jun Xiaoyao also knew that the fallen son of God was going to fight. However, he didn't care. At this moment, the people of the Battle Demon Palace were temporarily staying in a mountain range. Jun Xiaoyao directly asked the Battle Demon Palace master to call Yan Qingying over. Yan Qingying was wearing a black dress. Her delicate body was slender, and her face was very beautiful. Her eyes were covered by a black ribbon. Not only did it not reduce her beauty, but it added a mysterious aura to her. Gu Yuan and the others were a little confused. They didn't understand why Jun Xiaoyao called Yan Qingying over. Jun Xiaoyao sized Yan Qingying up and said straightforwardly, "Should I call you Yan Qingying or the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique?" That sentence made everyone's expression change. The Battle Demon Palace master couldn't help but say, "Young master, are you mistaken? The successor of the god-devouring demonic technique is her brother, Yan Fei." Everyone from the Battle Demon Hall was confused. Jun Xiaoyao did not explain and only looked at Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I'm the inheritor of the god-devouring devil technique." The Battle Demon Hall master and the others were stunned. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao's words to be true. However, even they did not notice Yan Qingying's abnormality. How did Jun Xiaoyao know? Of course, They didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao's soul perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. From the moment he saw Yan Qingying, he already understood. Yan Qingying also directly exposed the matter. The inheritance of the god-devouring demonic technique was indeed an opportunity that belonged to Yan Qingying. She was actually the heaven-defying child of the Sanluo continent, or rather, the heaven-defying daughter. As for why Yan Fei was able to manifest a portion of the god-devouring demonic art's power, that was because Yan Qingying had originally planned to give the opportunity of obtaining the god-devouring demonic technique to her brother. But in the end, this opportunity still chose Yan Qingying. However, Yan Fei had also learned a small portion of the god-devouring demonic technique. Yan Fei also seemed to have expected that there might be people who would covet the god-devouring demonic technique in the future. In order to not let Yan Qingying be in danger, Yan Fei warned her not to expose the god-devouring demonic technique. She couldn't even tell the others in the Battle Demon Hall. In order to divert attention and ensure Yan Qingying's safety, Yan Fei decided to simply make herself the inheritor of the god-devouring demonic technique. In this way, no one would pay attention to Yan Qingying. This plan was indeed successful. Yan Fei became the inheritor of the god-devouring demonic technique in the eyes of the world. It could be said that without Yan Fei's sacrifice, it wouldn't have been easy for Yan Qingying to live until now. When talking about these things, Yan Qingying clenched her jade-like hands tightly as her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Her brother had died in order to protect her. After the truth was revealed, the Battle Demon Hall Master and the others also had complicated expressions. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. There was never a lack of such touching things in the world. He wasn't moved. You shouldn't be blind, right? Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying raised her hand and untied the black ribbon that covered her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful eyes that were as black as ink appeared. However, those beautiful eyes were as deep as a black hole and emitted a terrifying, dark, demonic intent. From the moment I obtained the god-devouring demonic technique, my eyes had already recovered. However, because of the demonic technique, my eyes are special. My brother asked me to continue blindfolding them, Yan Qingying said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, thinking that Yan Fei was indeed very thoughtful for his sister's sake. So, young master, do you want me to hand over the inheritance of the god-devouring demonic technique? Yan Qingying looked straight at Jun Xiaoyao. Logically speaking, she shouldn't even have the courage to question Jun Xiaoyao. However, the god-devouring demonic technique had subtly changed Yan Qingying's personality. Her personality gradually became dark, cold, and domineering. This could also explain why Yan Qingying was sad at first when Yan Fei died and then didn't shed a single tear. Yan Qingying was gradually moving closer to the identity of a female hero. However, her words made the Battle Demon Hall Master and the others' expressions change. Yan Qingying, how can you speak to young master like that? The Battle Demon Hall Master reprimanded coldly. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't mind. He vaguely guessed that the god-devouring demonic technique might have affected Yan Qingying's personality slightly. After all, the heaven-devouring demonic lord was an extremely fierce and domineering person. How could his successor be a woman with a weak personality? I, the son of God, am indeed interested in your god-devouring demonic technique. Hand it over, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He didn't hide anything. At this moment, it would be hypocritical to hide anything. Jun Xiaoyao wanted the legacy of the god-devouring demonic technique. Young master is the savior of Qingying and the Battle Demon Hall. Of course I can. However, Qingying has a small condition. I want the fallen son of God to die. Yan Qingying said with killing intent. Who are you to talk terms with young master? Yu said with a frown. What was Jun Xiaoyao's identity? What was Yan Qingying's identity? Even if she was a heaven-defying woman and the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. She was still as lowly as an ant in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What qualifications did she have to talk terms? Yan Qingying, you are too presumptuous. The battle demon hall master and the others hurriedly reprimanded. They didn't want to see Yan Qingying infuriating Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This Yan Qingying's personality was really different from other women. To be honest, if this son of God really wants it, not to mention the god-devouring demonic technique, even the world's origin energy in your body can be easily obtained by this son of God. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. His words finally caused Yan Qingying's expression to change. She didn't expect that not only did Jun Xiaoyao see through her identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, he even discovered the world's origin energy hidden deep in her body. This world's origin energy was discovered by Yan Qingying together with the god-devouring demonic technique. Only she and her brother knew about it. Yan Qingying felt as if she was completely naked in front of Jun Xiaoyao, as if she had been completely seen through. However, this son of God can give you charity once, but at the same time, this son of God also has a condition for you, Jun Xiaoyao said. What condition? Yan Qingying immediately replied. As long as she could kill the fallen son of God, she was willing to pay any price. Submit to this son of God for all eternity. Chapter 207. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Yan Qingying's expression change slightly. The word forever was used very heavily. If Yan Qingying agreed, it would mean that she would become Jun Xiaoyao's woman forever. From then on, she would only have Jun Xiaoyao as her master. Her flesh, bones, and blood would be branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark. This condition seemed very harsh, but it also depended on the person who proposed it. No one would be willing to submit to a mediocre person. However, was Jun Xiaoyao a mediocre person? Not only was he not mediocre, but he was also extraordinary and had the most distinguished status in the entire celestial realm. Submitting to such an existence was not a humiliation, but a kind of honor. In fact, there were even people who were willing to be Jun Xiaoyao's slave. Su Ziqiang was a clear example. At this moment, Su Ziqiang's eyes were red with jealousy. It was not easy for her to get the chance to become Jun Xiaoyao's slave. In the end, this girl called Yan Qingying actually had the right to follow Jun Xiaoyao. The difference between a slave and a follower was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not only Su Ziqiang, but the cultivators of the Battle Demon Hall also looked envious. If she followed the young lord of the celestial realm, she would definitely be brought to the celestial realm in the future and soar into the sky. Yan Qingying also did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to propose such a condition. This could even be considered preferential treatment for her. Yan Qingying thought that Jun Xiaoyao would propose an even more outrageous condition. However, on second thought, if it were not for her identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, Jun Xiaoyao would probably not even look at her. Woman? Body? With Jun Xiaoyao's status, would he lack women? Yan Qingying still had this bit of self-awareness. Although she was beautiful, Jun Xiaoyao would not take a fancy to her. The only thing valuable about her was her identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. Jun Xiaoyao indeed thought so. So far, aside from Jun Zhangjian and the others, his only true follower was Yu, the successor of the ancient emperor clan. Now that he had finally met a heaven-defying girl, it would be good if he could take her as his follower. Jun Xiaoyao didn't intend to kill all of the heaven-defying 10. As long as the heaven-defying child did not provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao would not want to kill him. Instead, he would want to subdue him. After all, this kind of heaven-defying child gathered the karmic luck of an entire world. If nurtured well, he would definitely become an expert of a generation in the future. Jun Xiaoyao also had an idea. Just like his father, he wanted to nurture a group of king of God's octet. Moreover, Yan Qingying's character was slightly different from the rest. When the other women saw Jun Xiaoyao, they all turned into female licking dogs, licking him with all their might, making Jun Xiaoyao a little annoyed. Yan Qingying had a cold personality. Due to the god-devouring demonic technique, she had a dark, cold, and domineering temperament. Such a young girl shouldn't become a female licking dog, right? Yan Qingying exhaled softly. Although not big, her well-shaped chest rose and fell slightly. All right, Qingying promises young master. As long as the fallen son of God is dead, Qingying will follow young master forever. Yan Qingying bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. The reason why she wanted to ask Jun Xiaoyao to kill the fallen son of God was because of her strength. With her own strength, she might have the ability to kill the fallen son of God in the future. However, she didn't know how long she would have to wait. Yan Qingying's hatred for the fallen son of God had reached the extreme. She couldn't wait for the fallen son of God to die tragically in front of her. All right, since you've agreed, then I, the son of God, will naturally do what I promised you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and said, the fallen son of God had already accepted the challenge. He and the fallen son of God would have to fight in the end. To Jun Xiaoyao, there was no difference between defeating and killing. Others didn't dare to kill the fallen son of God, but it didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao didn't dare to. After that, Jun Xiaoyao dismissed everyone, leaving only Yan Qingying behind. Hand over the god-devouring demonic technique, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying nodded slightly. She believed that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't go back on his word to a nobody like her. She also taught the god-devouring demonic technique to Jun Xiaoyao. With Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, he naturally accepted it very quickly. He carefully savored it and was secretly speechless. The god-devouring demonic technique was indeed a demonic technique that was famous throughout the immortal realm. Its power was extremely domineering. It could absorb heaven and earth, devour gods and devils, and refine all things. To a certain extent, it was similar to the hellfire crucible that was derived from the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. However, the hellfire crucible was obviously not as domineering as the god-devouring demonic technique. Moreover, the god-devouring demonic technique had another special feature. It could reflect the power of the divine ability that was absorbed and devoured. Now, there was something to it. After Jun Xiaoyao carefully comprehended it, he slowly raised his hand. As he activated his dermic powers, a small pitch-black vortex appeared above his palm. This small vortex emitted a suction force that devoured the surrounding matter. He succeeded just like that. Yan Qingying's beautiful eyes widened with indescribable surprise. Even she, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, took a long time to comprehend the initial stage of the god-devouring demonic technique. Her brother, who is said to be extraordinarily talented, spent a lot of time before he could barely use it. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao had just obtained the god-devouring demonic technique. He could use it after comprehending it for a short while. The gap between them was too big. Even Yan Qingying found it inconceivable. She finally understood how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao's talent was. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, was nothing. Not bad. I've learned something. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He saw Yan Qingying's surprised eyes and knew that the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique had suffered a blow. I'm not human. Don't compare yourself to me, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Yan Qingying. After calming herself down, Yan Qingying hesitated for a moment and then activated the dermic powers in her body. A colorful mass of matter surrounded by wisps of blood-red aura appeared. It was the world origin of the Sanluo continent. You. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Qingying. Qingying believes that with your strength, you should be able to fulfill the conditions. In that case, Qingying will treat you with sincerity. Qingying knows that I don't have many things that young master is interested in. Please accept this lump of world origin. Yan Qingying's tone was clear and cold, but it was filled with determination. She understood the principle of giving a peach and returning a plum. Jun Xiaoyao paused for a bit before taking the origin of the world right away without hesitation. In the future, he would go to the altar of heroes and open up the path of using the body as the seed. Naturally, the more world origin he needed, the better. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not willing to take advantage of Yan Qingying. He said, "You have the god-devouring demonic technique and can swallow and refine everything. I won't take advantage of you. After I defeat the fallen son of God, I'll suppress him and let you refine him." Jun Xiaoyao's tone was very casual. However, the words he said were enough to shock people. Why did the dignified fallen son of God become so insignificant in Jun Xiaoyao's words? "Thank you, young master." Yan Qingying could not ask for more. She hated the fallen son of God to the bone. Being able to personally torture him and send him to hell was much more important than the world origin. Perhaps even the fallen son of God did not expect this. Before the battle began, Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to arrange how to deal with him. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 208. The matter between Jun Xiaoyao and the fallen son of God became more and more intense in the entire Sanluo continent. Everyone was looking forward to this great battle. Several days later, the fallen son of God finally announced that he would fight with Jun Xiaoyao in the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain was the same as the Death Sea. They were both dangerous places in the Sanluo continent, filled with all kinds of demonic beasts and primordial species. It was rumored that there was a blood-stained ancient battle platform in the depths of the Black Mountain. As long as anyone stepped in and fought, they wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world. Even saints wouldn't be able to interfere with the battle. As long as the two sides entered, unless one side was completely defeated or died, the ancient battle platform wouldn't let them out. It could be said that the fallen son of God chose such a location because he was determined to fight with all his might. Although Jun Xiaoyao was strong, he wasn't weak either. If he started to be afraid before the battle, what was the point of fighting? The fallen son of God's actions were to cut off his own path of retreat. Only by fighting with his back against the wall could he unleash his greatest potential. If the fallen son of God won this battle, the benefits he would obtain would be endless. This fallen son of God is quite bold. After hearing this news, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He knew that the fallen son of God's actions were to extinguish the fear in his heart, completely cutting off his path of retreat. If he didn't reach the extreme realm, he would die. "Young master, this fallen son of God wants to harm you. Why don't you let me go?" Yu said from the side. Everyone knew that the fallen son of God wanted to step on Jun Xiaoyao in this battle. No one knew what kind of method he would use. Yu was loyal to Jun Xiaoyao and was willing to take risks for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "The fallen son of God's target is me. He will only fight with me." Although Yu's strength was comparable to the successor of an immortal force, and he was strong enough to compete with these young geniuses of the immortal realm. However, the fallen son of God obviously would not lower himself to fight with Jun Xiaoyao's entourage. "Spread the news that this son of God will keep the appointment," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Along the way, he had fought countless battles, big and small. If this fallen god child could really give him a pleasant surprise, that would be a fortunate thing. After all, it was too invincible and boring. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's appointment was like a fuse that had been lit, causing the entire Sanluo continent to explode. Cultivators from various factions rushed to the Black Mountain. Many geniuses of the immortal realm also made their move. They could not wait to witness this great battle between the young supremes of the immortal realm. In an instant, the desolate Black Mountain, which was originally deserted, became extremely lively. Flying ancient beasts flashed across the sky. Floating airships swept across the sky, and ferocious beasts pulled carriages on the ground. They were all geniuses and important figures of various factions. In just a few days, the entire Black Mountain was densely packed with people. Even the demonic beasts and archaic remains had no choice but to retreat to the deepest part of the Black Mountain. After a few days of waiting, in the distant sky, black clouds suddenly swept over. 9 white skeletal warhorses pulled a carriage across the sky. On the side, 2 black-robed figures flashed across the void and followed. He's here. The fallen Son of God is here. Everyone was in an uproar. This young supremacy, who had descended from the immortal realm, was extremely powerful from the moment he appeared. He commanded the 3 factions to destroy the Battle Demon Hall. His demonic aura was overwhelming. Is he not here yet? Do I have to wait for him? The fallen Son of God's cold voice came from the carriage. He seemed to be a little impatient. A few hours later, a golden light flickered in the distant sky. The 9-headed lion pulled a golden carriage and walked across the sky. Yu, Su Ziqiang, Guyuan, Old Ancestor Dongxian, and the others were on the side. Yan Qingying, the Battle Demon Hall master, and the cultivators of the Battle Demon Hall had also followed. The source of the Battle Demon Hall's tragedy was the fallen son of God's order. Therefore, they wanted to witness the end of the fallen Son of God with their own eyes. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrive, the fallen Son of God stepped out of the carriage. He was surrounded by a black mist, and his face was blurry. His grayish-white hair was very long, reaching his feet. There was a pair of black and white wings on his back, surrounded by yin and yang qi. His eyes seemed to reflect the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as the fallen Son of God appeared, he emitted a dark and cold aura that was suffocating. Jun Xiaoyao, you're finally here. Are you ready to pay the price for your actions today? The fallen Son of God said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao also walked out of the carriage. He and the fallen Son of God were like 2 extremes. The fallen Son of God was like the god of death from hell, emitting a cold and murderous aura. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was wearing a white robe and shrouded in an immortal aura, like a banished immortal. Many female cultivators of the Qinluo continent were instantly captivated by Jun Xiaoyao's appearance. The only price I, the Son of God, have to pay is probably wasting some time. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. These words made the fallen Son of God's expression turn even darker. As for the cultivators of the Battle Demon Hall, they all looked at fallen Shensi with extreme hatred. If it weren't for the fallen Son of God, the Battle Demon Palace wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. Yan Qingying's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fallen Son of God also noticed Yan Qingying. After all, her aura was too special. It was different from the others. So it's really her? The fallen Son of God thought to himself. He had previously guessed that the true successor of the god-devouring demonic technique might not be Yan Fei. Now he was sure that Yan Fei's sister was the true successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. When I defeat Jun Xiaoyao, you still won't be able to escape from my grasp, the fallen Son of God said in a cold voice. Why does a dead person have so much nonsense to say? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. It was true that villains died because they talked too much. Humph! The fallen Son of God did not say anything further. He headed deep into the Black Mountain. Jun Xiaoyao did the same. Not long after, they arrived deep inside the Black Mountain. The rest of the cultivators who were watching the show followed them. Deep inside the Black Mountain, there was an ancient, dust-covered arena. The entire arena was stained with blood, as if it was left by a peerless genius in the past. The ancient battle arena was filled with an ancient aura. The surrounding space was filled with intertwining Dao runes. If someone were to step into the arena, it would only end when one of them died. Jun Xiaoyao casually stepped onto the arena without hesitation. The fallen Son of God could see the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, his heart was not as casual as Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he had heard about Jun Xiaoyao's legendary deeds in the immortal realm. It was impossible to say that he did not care at all. What's wrong? Are you scared? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. You are thinking too much. Who can make me, the fallen son of God, feel scared? The fallen son of God no longer hesitated and stepped onto the ancient battle arena. However, he didn't know that this single step could be the difference between life and death. A single step, Yellow Springs. Recommended reading. Load 2013. Chapter 209. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the fallen son of God both stepped onto the battle platform, countless runes appeared in the air. In the air around the battle platform, countless runic inscriptions manifested, resembling a net that locked down the space around it. No one in the outside world could disturb them. Even saints wouldn't be able to interfere in the battle. Jun Xiaoyao, you merely defeated a few geniuses. Do you really think that you are invincible in the younger generation of the immortal realms? Those stronger than you, the fallen son of God spoke. However, before he could finish his words, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward. Clenching his fist, he punched towards the fallen son of God. Sorry, this son of God doesn't have the habit of speaking too much to a dead person. The light of Jun Xiaoyao's fists was frightening. The space around him was filled with shadows and cracks as his fists were brought to bear. The fallen son of God's expression changed. Black chi permeated the air. He also stretched out his hand and punched out, bringing with it a surging, baleful aura. Bang! After a single exchange, the fallen son of God was directly sent flying. His entire arm emitted cracking sounds. He flew for a few thousand feet before he slammed into the barrier of the void runes. Dead silence, the spectating cultivators of the Sanluo continent, as well as some geniuses from the immortal realms, were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This something wasn't right. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be an intense battle between the two of them? Shouldn't it be a battle of life and death, causing the heavens and earth to lose their luster? Why was it that Jun Xiaoyao sent the fallen son of God flying with a simple punch? The fallen son of God coughed dryly. His expression was extremely gloomy. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Only he knew that his physical body was different from ordinary people. It was meticulously created by the fallen God Palace. One could say that in terms of physical strength, the fallen son of God had never feared anyone. But now, a simple punch from Jun Xiaoyao had pushed him back. Even his arm was faintly trembling. This was astonishing. This was the first time that the fallen son of God had been suppressed by another genius of his generation in terms of physical strength. This fallen son of God's body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strange light. Clearly, he had also discovered the strangeness of the fallen son of God's body. However, none of this mattered. If Jun Xiaoyao claimed to be number one in terms of physical strength among his peers, no one would dare to claim to be number two. Jun Xiaoyao made a grasping motion, and his magic power surged, transforming into an infernal deity spear that shot toward the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God quickly adjusted his state of mind. He was, after all, a young supreme being of the fallen God Palace and a supreme talent. Although he had lost in his first fight, it did not affect his state. So what if you have the sacred body of the ancients? A body that has declined will never rise again, the fallen son of God said, as if he was trying to boost his confidence. He attacked again. His physical strength surged, and black evil aura wrapped around his palm as he bombarded the infernal deity spear. With a boom, the void exploded. The black and white wings on the fallen son of God's back flapped, and his body became extremely fast as he charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also brought out the demonic wings and punched again. The two fists collided, and the rumbling sound was like the beating of a war drum. The void vibrated and resonated, as if it could not withstand such a huge force. This fallen son of God is so strong. He can actually fight back and forth with the son of God of the Jun family. He is, after all, the son of God of the fallen God Palace. This kind of performance is normal. But why do I feel that the son of God of the Jun family is not serious? It's like he's playing a game. Some of the geniuses of the immortal region who were watching the battle whispered. As for Yu, Su Ziqiang, and the others, they were not worried about Jun Xiaoyao at all. Their faces were calm. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Battle Demon Palace were nervous. 77 ebook, they did not know how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, so it was inevitable that they would be worried. Master, let Qingying see your true strength. Yan Qingying's dark eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. The person she wanted to follow was naturally not a mediocre person. What she wanted to see was Jun Xiaoyao using his true strength to completely conquer her. On the ancient battle platform, the two's fists collided. Jun Xiaoyao indeed did not use his full strength. He was observing the fallen son of God's physical body. The fallen son of God's physical body was very strange. It did not seem to be his original body. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious about this. As for the fallen son of God, he had an illusion that his physical body was enough to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. The sacred body of the ancients is just SOO. The fallen son of God was getting more and more confident. He now felt that Jun Xiaoyao's strength was just a rumor. I understand. It's not yours. It's never yours. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he looked at the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God's expression changed slightly, and he was surprised. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao saw through his physical body? However, it did not matter. The fallen son of God believed that Jun Xiaoyao could not defeat him. Since you understand, there's no point in delaying. Jun Xiaoyao directly activated the divine elephant overpowering force. Golden qi and blood gushed out like a volcano, turning into a lifelike golden divine elephant. The golden divine elephant roared to the sky as if it could suppress all 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch, releasing all of his strength. 7 billion pounds of divine power gushed out, directly shattering the space in front of him. The fallen son of God also made a move, wanting to resist again. However, this time his expression changed completely. A terrifying force burst out like an ancient beast crushing everything in its path. He was directly sent flying, coughing up blood, and the bones in his arms were shattered. The power of this punch was simply incomparable to the fist tip from before. It was enough to directly crush him. This not only shocked the fallen son of God, but also made all the spectators around take a deep breath. Is this the strength of the Jun family's son of God when he gets serious? Many of the geniuses of the immortal domain looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The fallen son of God was one of the most terrifying young supreme beings in the immortal domain. But now he was being beaten up by Jun Xiaoyao one after another. On the other hand, the fallen son of God could not cause any harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, you are despicable. The fallen son of God wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, burning with anger. He had always been the one suppressing others, and no one else had ever suppressed him. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. The fallen son of God made a move, revealing the terrifying, great divine power of the palace of the fallen god. Murderous aura surged around him, and behind him, it seemed to condense into the appearance of an 8-armed Yama. The fallen son of God struck out again, and 8 pitch-black palm prints seemed to appear, and even the void was about to collapse. It's the divine power of the palace of the fallen god, the 8-armed Yama hand. Some of the geniuses of the immortal domain couldn't help but exclaim. The 8-armed Yama hand was the terrifying divine power of the palace of the fallen god, and its power was unparalleled. When these 8 palms struck, even gods and Buddhas would be destroyed. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao formed the seal of the human ruler, and the shadow of an emperor appeared behind him. His figure was majestic, supporting the sky and the earth. He formed a seal with his hand, and it collided with the fallen son of God's divine power. On one side, the shadow of the 8-armed Yama appeared, and the palm prints could shatter heaven and earth. On the other side, the shadow of an emperor appeared, and a seal suppressed the universe. Chapter 210. As the two of them clashed, huge ripples appeared in the void. Magical energy surged, filling the entire ancient battle platform. In the midst of this shocking collision, a figure was once again sent flying. It was the fallen son of God. For the third time, he was sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao, and this time he was in a worse state than the previous 2 times. His body was covered in blood, and there were traces of cracks on his body. He spat out blood from his mouth as though it was free. This attack also dispersed the black mist around the fallen son of God. A body covered in demonic runes appeared, carrying strange runes. The fallen son of God's face was also revealed. He was handsome, but his skin was extremely pale like a vampire. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? The fallen son of God couldn't help but roar. He couldn't keep calm anymore. Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was a little too freakishly strong to begin with. Looking at the fallen son of God who lost his composure, the surrounding geniuses of the immortal domain swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The only person who could beat the fallen son of God to such a state was probably the son of God of the Jun family. Didn't you say that the rumors about me were all false? Now, have you personally experienced it? Jun Xiaoyao looked down at the fallen son of God from above. His aura was stable, and his white robe was flawless. He didn't look like he was in a battle at all. The eyes of the surrounding female cultivators all lit up, and they revealed an expression of infatuation. Jun Xiaoyao's charm was too strong. His white robe fluttered, and his charm was unparalleled. Every move he made was enough to suppress the fallen son of God. At this moment, even Yan Qingying's deep and beautiful eyes couldn't help but blur for a moment, even though she was cold and domineering like a female hero. But at this moment, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao's charm, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the fallen son of God's expression turned ugly. Only now did he realize that the news about Jun Xiaoyao was not a rumor at all. His strength was truly that terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao attacked again, using the combatant formula. At the same time, he said coldly, "This body shouldn't be yours, right? Let me guess, could it be the body of an ancient freak that the palace of the fallen gods found for you?" Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the fallen son of God's expression to change again. The fallen son of God made his move. He activated his ultimate skill, Yama Seal, and coldly shouted, "The winner is the king, while the loser is the bandit. The world will only remember the winner in the end. As long as I can become stronger, it doesn't matter what method I use." These words were almost an indirect confirmation of Jun Xiaoyao's guess. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao sneered inwardly. His fists were not something that anyone could withstand. Ordinary prodigies could not even withstand his full-strength punch, and their bodies would directly explode. But this fallen son of God's body actually lasted for so long, and under his full-strength punch, it actually only cracked and did not completely explode. This was enough to show that this body was extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao did not believe that the fallen son of God's original body would be so strong. The only possibility was that this body did not belong to him. Moreover, the palace of the fallen gods, as one of the origins of the demonic path, had all kinds of strange divine abilities and secret techniques. It was not too strange to change the body of an ancient freak. So that's how it is. The fallen son of God's body is actually an ancient freak's. After the Immortal Region's prodigies learned the truth, they were extremely shocked. They finally understood why the fallen son of God was able to fight against 3 immortal forces' successors at the same time. The body of an ancient freak was enough to make the fallen son of God's strength far surpass that of ordinary prodigies of the same generation. But because of this, an even more shocking thing happened. Jun Xiaoyao actually cracked the ancient freak's body until it was about to explode. What did this mean? It meant that Jun Xiaoyao's body was already stronger than that of an ancient freak's. Thinking of this, the sound of cold air hissing could be heard all around. Jun Xiaoyao's body was too terrifying. As expected of the young master, Yu was excited. Su Ziqiang also revealed an extremely fanatical look of worship, the infatuation in her eyes almost overflowing. At this time, many Immortal Regions prodigies also remembered that the ancient freak from Zulong, Princess Longji, seemed to be fighting with Jun Xiaoyao. At first, many people thought that Princess Longji had the bloodline of the ancient emperor and was also a descendant of the dragon tribe. Her physical strength would definitely be on par with Jun Xiaoyao. But now, after seeing that the fallen son of God's body was about to be destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao, they began to pray for Princess Longji. They hoped that Princess Longji would be fine against Jun Xiaoyao in the future. On the ancient battle platform, the wind and clouds were raging. After his identity was exposed, the fallen son of God was even more fearless and completely unleashed his strength. He silently chanted the incantation and pushed his spiritual energy to the maximum. Around him, endless underworld runes appeared and countless demonic shadows appeared, making him look like a demon lord of hell. Could that be the fallen god Palace's Dark King of Hell scripture? Some of the Immortal Regions prodigies exclaimed. The Dark King of Hell scripture was the supreme technique of the fallen god Palace. It was unpredictable and powerful. At this moment, the fallen son of God activated the Dark King of Hell scripture. Countless phantoms of Yamas, evil ghosts, and Rakshasas appeared around him. The entire ancient battle platform seemed to have turned into the netherworld. Jun Xiaoyao, even if you know my secret, it's useless. I will end your invincible legend, right here and now. At this moment, the fallen son of God was like the Lord of Hell. His eyes were full of blood. I, the son of God, am also looking forward to someone defeating me in the future. Unfortunately, you are not worthy. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and summoned the sacred body of the ancients phenomenon, the reverence of the 10,000 saints. Golden light shone, magical energy surged, and the shadows of thousands of saints appeared. The fallen son of God's Dark King of Hell scripture leaned toward darkness and eeriness. Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients phenomenon was the best counter to such darkness and eeriness. As soon as the reverence of the 10,000 saints phenomenon appeared, many of the Sanluo continent cultivators around could not help but be suppressed by the aura. They knelt on the ground and looked extremely shocked, as if they had seen a real god. Oh my God, saints, they're all saints. Those saints are worshipping the son of God of the Jun family. All the Sanluo continent cultivators felt their scalps go numb, and goosebumps appeared on their skin. In the 10 lands of the lower worlds, the strongest were only saints. Now, the shadows of thousands of saints were worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. One could imagine how shocked they were. Kaboom! When the sacred body phenomenon appeared, all Daos submitted. The shadows of thousands of saints pressed down, and the shadows of demons and demons let out shrill screams. Then they began to melt like snow in spring. The fallen son of God's expression changed drastically. His moves were completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao attacked with the power of 70 immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven. Immortal light surged, and the power was shocking. He blasted out with one hand, which directly pierced through the void and suppressed the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if his body was an ancient freak, it could not withstand it and began to collapse. His entire body was blasted into pieces, and only some bones and tendons were left. Lord, fallen son of God! Outside the ancient battle platform, the 2 black-robed saints' expressions changed. They hurriedly rushed out, but they were blocked by the runes around the ancient battle platform. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at the pale-faced and twisted fallen son of God on the ancient battle platform. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. This ancient battle platform was originally used by the fallen son of God to stimulate his potential, and at the same time, not give Jun Xiaoyao a way out. But now his path of retreat had been sealed. The fallen son of God was probably digging a hole for himself this time. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 211. The fallen son of God originally wanted to dig a hole for Jun Xiaoyao. This ancient battle platform was originally meant to trap Jun Xiaoyao, preventing his Tao protectors from saving him. But now the fallen son of God was trapped. After the ancient battle platform was activated, only when one side was completely defeated or died would the Tao runes in the surrounding space be dispelled. But in the current situation, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who would be defeated. How did it become like this? The fallen son of God shook his head. His hair was disheveled, filled with disbelief. One couldn't help but admit that his ancient freak body was very strong. Even though it was already torn apart, it was still recovering. Flesh was growing out of the wounds, wanting to heal his body. But the fallen son of God's heart was already pounding. So what if his body could heal? It would still be torn apart by Jun Xiaoyao. You finally feel fear? This is the emotion you should have when facing this son of God. Jun Xiaoyao took out the exterminating tyrant sage king glove and wore it on his right hand. As a punching bag, the fallen son of God was still very qualified. At the very least, his skin was thick and he was very resistant to beatings. He punched out again. Now that he had the exterminating tyrant sage king glove, the power of Jun Xiaoyao's punch was even stronger. The space in front of him was like a piece of paper, directly torn apart. It was very hard to imagine that a Unity Realm genius could tear apart space so easily. Those who didn't know would think that it was a sage making a move. No, I won't be defeated. In this era, anyone can rise up. It's impossible for you to be invincible. The fallen son of God howled. His grayish-white hair danced in the wind as his aura rose again. Strange runes rushed out from his torn body. After that, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the fallen son of God's body actually started to heal at an extremely fast speed. Soon it was as good as new. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Could it be that the fallen son of God has an indestructible body? An immortal realm genius drew in a deep breath. It's not that he's indestructible. It's just that his regenerative ability is astonishing. If his physical body is destroyed, he probably won't be able to recover. Someone else was able to tell. Regardless, the fallen son of God's performance had already shocked many people. As expected of the young supreme of the fallen God palace, if he had not run into Jun Xiaoyao, he would not have been in such a sorry state. The fallen son of God once again activated his ultimate technique. He formed a seal with both hands. Baleful aura surged and demonic light converged. A terrifying black seal appeared. Everyone who saw it felt a chill run down their spines. That's the most powerful ability of the fallen God Palace, the fallen heaven seal. The exclamations of the geniuses of the immortal region could be heard from all directions. It was not that they were knowledgeable, but that the fallen mark was too famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. It was the ultimate technique of the fallen God Palace. It was rumored that the fallen God Palace once had an utmost exalted expert who used the fallen heaven seal to kill an utmost exalted of the same level. It was evident how powerful the fallen heaven seal was. The fallen heaven seal was also a top-level great technique on the same level as Zulong's true dragon grand technique. It was rumored that the suppression of the seal was enough to make one fall to the lowest level of hell. It was evident how powerful this great technique was. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a slight smile. It's finally getting interesting. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. At the same time his chest glowed. A blazing brilliance appeared. It was the activation of the Bones of Supremacy's ability. The Bones of Supremacy, another special physique of the Son of God of the Jun family. All the geniuses of the immortal region stared straight at it, their faces full of envy. Jun Xiaoyao not only had the sacred body of the ancients, but he also had the Bones of Supremacy. With two top-level physiques, it was no wonder that he could be called invincible. Jun Xiaoyao did not use the light of calamity. Instead, he directly displayed its complete form, the hand of heaven. In the blazing brilliance, a giant hand imprinted with endless runes appeared, bringing with it an aura that could suppress the heavens. This giant hand of calamity seemed to represent the will of the heavens, killing all living things in the world. The hand of heaven collided with the fallen heaven seal. It was as if 100 nuclear bombs had exploded. The void directly turned into a black hole of nothingness. Violent collision ripples spread out like a tide that could destroy the world. The black and white wings on the back of the fallen Son of God were in front of him like a shield. Even so, he was still hit by the impact, coughing up blood and flying backward. On the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body, green light surged and condensed into the azure sky ancestral dragon armor. The shock wave bombarded the azure sky ancestral dragon armor, but it did not cause any injury to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if some of the shock wave passed through the armor and fell on Jun Xiaoyao's body. With the strength of the sacred body of the ancients, the shock wave was not much different from scratching an itch. Jun Xiaoyao did not stay idle. When the fallen Son of God was flying backward while coughing up blood, he punched again, wanting to kill the fallen Son of God completely. When the fallen Son of God saw this, a trace of fear finally appeared on his face. The black and white wings on his back vibrated, and the yin and yang qi flowed. This was not the fallen Son of God's own innate magic. It was a magic that came with the body of an ancient freak, which was also a special constitution. As the black and white wings vibrated, it seemed to manifest the mysteries of yin and yang. Two rays of black and white light swept toward Jun Xiaoyao, blocking the tip of his fist. These wings! Jun Xiaoyao was surprised and saw that the wings were extraordinary. Jun Xiaoyao, do you think you're the only one with a special constitution? Have a taste of my fallen angel wings. The fallen Son of God roared angrily. This pair of fallen angel wings was very terrifying. The yin and yang qi lingering around it caused the space to become chaotic. Chaotic yin and yang, suppressing all living things. Even Yu, Su Ziqiang, and the others had grave expressions on their faces when they sensed the might of the fallen angel wings. The fallen Son of God did have what it took. Just this pair of fallen angel wings alone was enough to let him surpass many young supreme beings. Coupled with the body of an ancient freak, it was reasonable for the fallen Son of God to be able to make such a name for himself. However, all of this was useless in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the black and white demonic light attacking him, Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, and his magic power surged. A pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded out of the vortex. The black and white demonic light was directly sucked into it. The fallen Son of God was stunned. His mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't say a word. He knew what move Jun Xiaoyao had used, but it was because of this that he was stunned. Devouring God demonic art. The fallen Son of God couldn't help but roar in disbelief. The devouring God demonic art was the ultimate skill of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Even if Yan Qingying had imparted the devouring God demonic art to Jun Xiaoyao in these few days, it was impossible for him to master it so quickly. Seeing the fallen Son of God's dumbfounded expression, Jun Xiaoyao looked at him with pity. Ordinary people really couldn't understand his talent. Jun Xiaoyao's talent couldn't be judged by common sense. He activated the devouring God demonic art again, and the black and white demonic light flew out of the black hole again. This was another ability of the devouring God demonic art. Of course, this ability also had its limits. If the opponent's move was too strong, or if the black hole was destroyed, it naturally couldn't be reflected back. Puchi, the sudden demonic light, swept over and directly pierced through the fallen Son of God's shoulder and waist, causing blood to splatter. Jun Xiaoyao didn't delay any longer. He wanted to end the battle completely. He wore the Saint King exterminating Overlord glove on his right hand. He punched out, and the power of reincarnation surged. It was as if there were 6 small worlds of reincarnation pressing down with his fist, destroying everything. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 212. The fallen Son of God had used all his trump cards, and it could be said that he had exerted 100% of his strength. But he still couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest. This made people feel extremely desperate. The fallen Son of God couldn't compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he could only injure Jun Xiaoyao, it would be fine. At least he would feel a little better. But now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have a single injury on his body, which made people feel desperate. The strength of the two was not on the same level at all. Jun Xiaoyao was simply crushing him all the way. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the fallen Son of God was doomed to be defeated. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was surging, as if it was going to pull people into reincarnation and crush them into powder. The surrounding space was torn to pieces by the 6 reincarnation vortexes, and the fallen Son of God, under such an attack, his physical body was torn apart again. Blood spurted out, and he looked extremely miserable. At this moment, the fallen Son of God's eyes finally showed a hint of fear. That's right. As the top successor of the fallen God Palace, the fallen Son of God, who had never known what fear was finally afraid at this moment. It was hard to imagine that the cold-hearted and cruel fallen Son of God would show such an expression. Seeing the indifference in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the fallen Son of God's heart sank. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to kill him. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really dare to kill me? The fallen Son of God couldn't help but roar. Your words are stupid. Why wouldn't I, the Son of God, dare? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. I am the successor of the fallen God Palace. If you really kill me, the fallen God Palace won't let it go. The fallen Son of God had no choice but to use his background. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sneered. This kind of method of using his background when he couldn't win was really stupid. This kind of threat might be effective against others. But to Jun Xiaoyao it was laughable. Was there a need to be afraid of fallen God Palace? At least, Jun Xiaoyao didn't think it was necessary. He punched again and completely defeated the fallen Son of God. The fallen Son of God wanted to take out some protective treasures, but to his despair, he discovered that this ancient battle platform actually restricted his means. No cheating methods could be used. Oh! The fallen Son of God couldn't help but roar towards the sky. His gray hair danced in the wind, and he was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He was truly filled with hatred. It was as if he had dug his own grave and jumped into it. Jun family's Son of God, stop! The 2 black-robed saints couldn't help but shout. They were unable to intervene in the battle and could only watch anxiously from the outside. How dare you? Old ancestor Dongxian, Guyuan, and the others also shouted as they unleashed their saint cultivation base and confronted the 2 black-robed saints. Jun Xiaoyao completely defeated the fallen Son of God and completely lost the ability to resist. However, Jun Xiaoyao let the fallen Son of God live and didn't kill him directly. What's going on? Is the Jun family's Son of God going to show mercy? Some of the immortal region's geniuses were suspicious. You're thinking too much. With the Jun family's Son of God style, is he such a person? Some other geniuses shook their heads. The fallen Son of God obviously understood that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't let him go. However, he had left fallen Godchild with a single breath of life. At this moment, the Tao patterns in the void around the ancient battle platform began to dissipate, because the outcome had been decided. Young Master! The 2 black-robed saints couldn't help but attack. However, they were blocked by old ancestor Dongxian and Guyuan. Yen, Qing Ying turned into an afterimage and flashed towards the ancient battle platform. I'll leave him to you. You'll be the one to end his life. Jun Xiaoyao tossed the beaten fallen divine child to Yan Qingying. The death of Yan Qingying's brother, Yan Fei, was actually blamed on the fallen son of God. The fallen son of God was Yan Qingying's obsession. If this obsession was not eliminated, it would affect Yan Qingying's Tao heart. Jun Xiaoyao didn't want any cracks to appear in his followers' Tao heart. Therefore, he let the fallen son of God live and let Yan Qingying deal with it to end her obsession. Jun Xiaoyao. Blood gushed out of the fallen son of God's mouth, but his expression was filled with grief and anger. If he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao, although it would be a tragedy, at least it wouldn't be considered as degrading to his status. After all, the person who killed him was the strongest genius of the immortal realm. Now, however, Jun Xiaoyao was about to let a girl from the lower worlds end his life. This was a humiliation to the fallen son of God. Fallen son of God, when you casually issued the order and caused my brother's death, you probably didn't expect such an outcome, did you? Yan Qingying's eyes were cold and deep like the night stars. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't interfere halfway, I would have gotten everything. The fallen son of God's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't beg for mercy because he knew it was impossible. Then die, pay for my brother's life. Yan Qingying attacked. A pitch-black devouring vortex appeared like a pitch-black millstone, crushing everything. What? That girl is the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. When they saw Yan Qingying attack, countless people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Some of the geniuses of the immortal realm also completely understood why Jun Xiaoyao would do such a thing. It was because he wanted to completely subdue the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. Sigh, now I finally understand the gap between me and the Jun family's son of God. Not only is the Jun family's son of God powerful, but his wisdom is also top-notch. He has long been prepared to subdue the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. In comparison, the fallen son of God's defeat is not unjust. Many geniuses sighed. The fallen son of God's broken body was sucked into the devouring vortex. Even the true spirit in the divine palace couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. That kind of pain was thousands of times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. In the end, the fallen son of God's entire body was devoured. His flesh and blood essence turned into pure energy and was refined by Yan Qingying. Her aura also began to skyrocket and reached the consolidation realm. At the same time, energy began to gather behind Yan Qingying, and then it turned into a pair of black and white wings. That's the fallen angel wings. Everyone exclaimed. Wasn't that the fallen son of God's special physique? Why did it appear on Yan Qingying's body? Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too surprised when he saw this. As the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, Yan Qingying obviously didn't just rely on the god-devouring demonic technique. It must be that her physique was somewhat special and was very suitable for absorbing all kinds of energy attributes. That was why she was chosen to become the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. At this moment, Yan Qingying was wearing a long black dress. Her figure was slender, and a pair of black and white fallen angel wings spread out behind her back. At a glance, she really did look like a beautiful fallen angel. She already had the appearance and aura of a young paragon. It wouldn't be long before Yan Qingying caught up with the younger generation of the immortal realm and became Jun Xiaoyao's capable follower. Qingying, thank you for your kindness, young master. I will be loyal to young master forever. Yan Qingying knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Her beautiful eyes, which were as dark as the night stars, were filled with determination. At the same time, there was a hint of admiration hidden deep in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao suppressed the fallen son of God with just a wave of his hand and avenged her. Who wouldn't love such a man? Yan Qingying was probably going to become Jun Xiaoyao's bitch. As for the two black-robed sages, their hearts sank completely. The big shots of the fallen god palace of the immortal realm were probably really going to be furious. At the same time, in the Huangtian immortal realm, where the fallen god palace was located, the angry roar of a paragon could be heard. Who is it? Chapter 213. The anger of a supreme being shook heaven and earth. Countless mountains around the palace of the fallen god collapsed. The clouds shook, and heaven and earth cracked. This roar spread across a radius of 100,000 miles. The various forces were all incomparably shocked. What's going on? That roar came from the palace of the fallen god. It should be the supreme being of the palace of the fallen god. But who dares to provoke the palace of the fallen god? Are they tired of living? No, no one is provoking the palace of the fallen god now. Could it be that something happened to the fallen son of God of the palace of the fallen god in the lower worlds? The fallen son of God is at the top successor of the palace of the fallen god? How could something happen to him? How many in the lower worlds would dare to attack the fallen son of God? In all directions, countless forces were alarmed by this roar and began to make all kinds of guesses. The supreme being of the palace of the fallen god was indeed angry after seeing the fallen son of God's soul lamp extinguished. In the lower worlds, there was actually someone who dared to kill the successor of the palace of the fallen god. However, not long after, the two black-robed saints in the lower worlds sent the news. The fallen son of God died because of Jun Xiaoyao. When the supreme being of the palace of the fallen god received the news, he was even more furious. The son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, dared to kill the successor of the palace of the fallen god. How dare you? When the supreme being was angry, the sun and the moon lost their color, and the world lost its light. His furious voice spread all over the place. Every single immortal region, cultivator, who heard this voice was stunned. Then they were dumbfounded. The son of God of the Jun family killed the fallen son of God in the lower worlds? Damn, this news is too shocking. Even the fallen son of God was no match for the son of God of the Jun family? This is too terrifying. Is the son of God of the Jun family really going to be invincible among the younger generation? This news caused an uproar in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao had been known to be invincible among the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. Now that he had killed the Son of God, there was no doubt that Jun Xiaoyao would gain even more glory. However, there were also some people who felt that Jun Xiaoyao had provoked the fallen god palace and would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Many people were also waiting to see what fallen god palace would do, just as everyone was waiting for the next move of the fallen god palace. An incomparably terrifying and resplendent sword, light, broke through hundreds of millions of layers of space and slashed down at the fallen god palace. The Jun family has gone too far. The supreme of the fallen god palace, who had just roared, coldly shouted again. Boom! Billions of rays of light spread out, and fluctuations swept out in all directions. Muffled groans sounded. Drops of resplendent supreme being blood fell from the horizon, smashing into a mountain range. An imposing demonic figure fell from the sky and fell into the palace of the fallen god. The surrounding factions did not dare to get too close. They could only observe from afar. The supreme of the fallen god palace was injured. Everyone's eyes were shocked. The drops of supreme being blood were filled with holiness, and they smashed through the mountain range. This meant that the supreme of the fallen god palace was bleeding. Just a streak of sword light was enough to injure a supreme being from fallen divine palace. This was just too shocking. At the same time, an aged voice was also heard from countless distances away from the void. Is the fallen god palace a bunch of dogs? You like to bark and disturb people's peace. The next time you bark, I will destroy your fallen god palace. These domineering words silenced all the factions, and their faces were completely stunned. Perhaps only the Jun family dared to say such words. The face of the injured supreme of the fallen god palace was red with anger. The heir of their fallen god palace was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Could they not even shout? Moreover, they were being treated as if they were dogs barking. This was simply humiliating. The supreme of the fallen god palace was so angry that his internal organs were burning. He was so angry that he wanted to kill the June family directly. But when he thought of the June family's heritage and those old farts sleeping in the ancestral temple, the supreme of the fallen god palace suppressed the anger in his heart. The fallen god palace was not weak, but if they really went up against the June family, if things went out of hand, it would be a devastating blow to the fallen god palace. Forget it. Just bear with it for now. I believe the June family won't be able to be so arrogant for much longer. Deep in the fallen god palace, other supreme beings spoke and advised. The supreme of the fallen god palace did not get angry in the end and endured it. Looking at the silent fallen god palace, all the cultivators of the surrounding factions were as if petrified. As one of the origins of the demonic path in the Huangtian mystic realm, the fallen god palace was scared. This was simply strange. As a demonic cultivator force, the fallen god palace had always been domineering. Even against immortal forces of the same level, the fallen god palace had never been inferior to anyone and was very strong. But now they were suppressed by the June family and did not dare to be presumptuous. The June family, one of the 3 great families of the Yu family, is indeed very powerful. Yeah, they are indeed one of the top families of the clan of the ancients. The fallen god palace is strong, but the June family is even stronger than the fallen god palace. Everyone sighed. This news would probably spread throughout the mystic realm soon. On the June family side, in the void, a child in a gray robe, who looked no more than 10 years old, put away the sword in his hand. Although he looked like a child, his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life and age. It was the 16th ancestor of the June family, who had swallowed the fruit of the way of longevity and had always maintained the appearance of a child. Haha, this sword should be enough to suppress the fallen god palace. On the side, a thin old man in a gray robe smiled faintly. It was the 18th ancestor. Humph. Isn't it just the death of a child of the younger generation? Is there a need to have such a big reaction? The 16th ancestor snorted. The 18th ancestor smiled and said nothing. He believed that if something had happened to Jun Xiaoyao, their reaction would probably be more extreme than the supreme of the fallen god palace. Everyone had double standards. If the fallen divine son died, then he died. It had nothing to do with them. But if Jun Xiaoyao had been hurt by someone, the 16th ancestor would probably come to their door with a sword and cut them down. Of course, this kind of thing would not happen because the peers who could hurt Jun Xiaoyao had not appeared so far. The 16th ancestor smiled and said, but Xiaoyao's performance was satisfactory. He even killed the fallen son of God. I heard that the physical body of the fallen son of God was the body of an ancient freak that the fallen god palace dug out from a divine source. In that case, Xiaoyao should be able to deal with those ancient freaks, the 18th ancestor said. That's good. I was a little worried before that Xiaoyao would have some problems when he went up against that little girl from Zulong. Now, it seems that I don't have to worry at all. The 16th ancestor chuckled. I'm also looking forward to seeing how powerful Xiaoyao will become when he returns to the mystic realm. The 18th ancestor smiled. I'm afraid he will completely dominate the younger generation of the mystic realm. The 16th ancestor chuckled. Let's wait and see. The glory of the Jun family needs Xiaoyao to continue. The 18th ancestor took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, the Jun family has its glory, but it also has a heavy burden. The 16th ancestor's smile faded a little. Behind the glory, there was a loneliness. Behind the glory of the Jun family, they had paid an unimaginable price. These great ancestors of the Jun family were very far-sighted. Although the Jun family was glorious, there was a turbulent undercurrent under the surface. Jun Xiaoyao had to grow up quickly to become the pillar of the Jun family. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 214. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't know what had happened in the immortal realm. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Being born in such a protective family, he believed that the fallen god palace wouldn't dare to do anything to him. At least on the surface, they wouldn't dare to attack him. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. We've already sent the news back. Even the Jun family can't ignore the anger of the fallen god palace, a black-robed saint said in a cold and hoarse voice. Don't you dare speak to the young master again. Old ancestor Dongxian and Gu Yuan's eyes were filled with coldness. It was especially so for Gu Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao had gone against the fallen Shenzi for the sake of the Battle Demon Hall. He wouldn't allow anyone to speak to Jun Xiaoyao so presumptuously. Just as the two black-robed saints were about to say something, they also received another message. After hearing the news, the two black-robed saints' expressions immediately froze. There was only one short sentence in the message. Don't provoke the Jun family's son of God for now. This made the two black-robed saints dumbfounded. It was Jun Xiaoyao who had caused the fallen son of God's death. Why couldn't they provoke Jun Xiaoyao now? Seeing the two black-robed saints' expressions, Jun Xiaoyao had expected it and sneered. What? Are you going to fight this son of God to the end? When the two black-robed saints heard this, their expressions turned ugly as if they had eaten a fly. They weren't stupid. From this message, they could tell that the fallen god palace was afraid of the Jun family and had given in. They even said that the fallen god palace would make Jun Xiaoyao pay the price. But now the fallen god palace was the first to give in. The two saints' cheeks burned as if they had been slapped 100 times. They didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Looking at the two saints who had fled, all the geniuses of the immortal realm were stunned. What happened to the revenge? Why did they run away with their tails between their legs? Yan Qingying admired Jun Xiaoyao even more as she watched the scene unfold. Presumably, Jun Xiaoyao's background was more powerful than she had imagined. Following such a master, not only was it not a disgrace, but it was also an honor. All right, this matter is over. Your Battle Demon Hall should also prepare to rebuild, Jun Xiaoyao said with a wave of his hand. Gu Yuan and the Battle Demon Palace Master were extremely excited when they heard this. Many thanks, young master. The two of them kowtowed sincerely. They believed that with Jun Xiaoyao's remaining influence, the rebuilt Battle Demon Hall would definitely develop even better. The Battle Demon Hall would once again become the overlord of the Sanluo continent. In the next few days, Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the San Luo continent and took a short break. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Battle Devil Hall were under the lead of the 7th Hall Master, Gu Yuan, and they were fighting in all directions. Not only did he completely take over the foundation of the 3 great sects, but he also conquered many other forces. There were also many other factions that rushed over to join the Battle Demon Hall. The Battle Demon Hall also chose a large territory in the center of the Sun Luo continent as the location for the reconstruction. The entire Battle Demon Hall was thriving and thriving. One could imagine that it would not be long before a true overlord appeared in the Sun Luo continent. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he had also gained something in the Sun Luo continent. He had obtained the origin of the Sun Luo continent and obtained the god-devouring demonic technique. He had also taken in a heaven-defying woman with endless potential as his follower. In terms of potential, Yan Qingying was not much weaker than Yu. However, Yu had been born in the ancient emperor clan since he was young. His cultivation and vision were stronger than Yan Qingying, a genius from the lower realm. However, as long as Yan Qingying was given time, with her god-devouring demonic technique and her special physique that could accommodate any type of energy, in the future, she would definitely grow into a powerful Dark Queen. Jun Xiaoyao was still confident in his judgment in choosing people. Inside the newly built Battle Devil Palace, there was a hall where hot steam filled the air. As he knew that Jun Xiaoyao had a hobby of soaking in hot springs, even though he might only stay here for a few days, Yuan still got someone to build a hot spring pool. At this moment, the person serving Jun Xiaoyao was not Su Ziqiang, but Yan Qingying. Su Ziqiang's job as a maid was first snatched away by Nalan Ruashi, and now it was snatched away by Yan Qingying. This made Su Ziqiang a little unhappy. She could not see Jun Xiaoyao's perfect body. When she had to do something at night, it was difficult for her to imagine Jun Xiaoyao's appearance. In the hot spring pool, Jun Xiaoyao was resting with his eyes closed. Yan Qingying used her jade-like hands to massage his shoulders. Defeating the fallen son of God was considered easy for Jun Xiaoyao, so he did not need to adjust his state at all. He just wanted to relax. Yan Qingying's face, that was as white as snow and tender as cream, was slightly flushed. Even though her personality was affected by the god-devouring demonic technique and had some negative, dark, and cold emotions. However, all of this disappeared without a trace in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She would only disperse her coldness and become a little woman in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Qingying, you have almost completely digested the power of the fallen son of God, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yes, it's all thanks to you. On one hand, you took revenge for me, and on the other hand, you improved my strength, Yan Qingying said gently. That's good. In the future, I will let you devour other geniuses. Your strength will improve rapidly, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying hesitated for a moment, but she still said faintly, Young master, this god-devouring demonic technique is outrageous and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. The demon ancestor who created this technique also ended up in a situation where everyone wanted to kill him. When the time comes, this was the only thing Yan Qingying was worried about. The god-devouring demonic technique was outrageous. If she really followed Jun Xiaoyao back to the immortal domain, she would bring trouble to Jun Xiaoyao because of her identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. That was not what Yan Qingying wanted to see. So this is what you are worried about. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed. Indeed, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was notorious in the immortal domain. He was like a rat crossing the street. But so what? In the end, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor escaped to the lower world with serious injuries. He ended up in such a miserable state because he was alone and did not have any power behind him. Moreover, he used the god-devouring demonic technique to cause trouble every day. If he did not die, who would? However, Yan Qingying was different. With Jun Xiaoyao supporting her, who would dare to criticize her identity as the successor of the demonic technique. What a silly girl. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Yan Qingying lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks blushing. If it was someone else who called her that, Yan Qingying would have charged over. However, Yan Qingying only felt a little shy when Jun Xiaoyao called her that. It was as if he was pampering her. Don't worry. I, the Son of God, will support you. If anyone in the immortal domain dares to criticize your identity as the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, I will kill their entire family and turn them into your nourishment. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He had inherited the protective nature of the Jun family. Since Yan Qingying had sincerely followed him, Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not let her down. Young master. Yan Qingying's heart went numb. She was so touched that her heart was in a mess. Jun Xiaoyao had done a lot for her. With a master who treated her so sincerely, what reason did she have not to follow him wholeheartedly? Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 215. Just as the situation in the Sanluo continent was gradually stabilizing, the flames of war had been burning on the hidden dragon continent for many days. The Dayan dynasty and the heavenly demon royal clan had engaged in hundreds of battles of various sizes. And in these battles, the Dayan dynasty was losing ground. This was because they weren't just facing the heavenly demon royal clan. There were also the black-winged bat clan, the Yiksha royal clan, and the three-eyed spirit clan. These three sinful clans had been rescued by the heavenly demon royal clan, who had then joined forces to take revenge on the Dayan dynasty. And that wasn't all. In addition to the 4 sinful clans, there was another faction that was interfering. Although they didn't help openly, they hid under black cloaks to help the heavenly demon royal clan and the other factions. They were the people that the goddess of the demon god palace, Yen Ramang, had brought from the immortal region. Of course, they didn't dare to openly reveal their identity as the demon god palace, as that would be openly going against the June family. Therefore, they concealed it slightly. Although this kind of concealment wasn't much different from nothing, it wasn't that straightforward. If the June family wanted to punish them, they would have an excuse. Yen Ramang couldn't dissuade the heavenly demon crown prince, who insisted on destroying the Dayan dynasty before returning to the immortal region. Yen Ramang had no choice but to let old he and the others help the heavenly demon royal clan. Under the joint attack of the 4 sinful clans and the demon god palace's saint, even the strongest of the 5 factions, the Dayan dynasty, couldn't withstand it. The western wilderness, Nanling, and northern plains fell one after another, and the Dayan dynasty's army suffered countless casualties. The 4 sinful clans marched directly toward the Dayan dynasty's main camp, the eastern lands. The mighty army of sinners blotted out the sky and covered the sun. There were quasi-saints and saints in each of the sinful clans. There were also many void gods, true gods, heavenly gods, and Tao gods. When such a sinful army gathered together, they could wipe out an entire region, even in the immortal region, let alone in the lower realm. At this moment in the army, Yen Ruming's figure appeared. She wore a long pink dress, and her snow-white face was flawless. Her skin was soft and tender, and her figure was graceful to the extreme. A pair of plump, snow-white long legs, slender and tender, tempting people to drool over. She looked at the Sky Demon Crown Prince and said, "Sky Demon Crown Prince, I'll give you one last warning. If you stop now and follow me back to the immortal region, you still have time. If the son of God of the June family or other experts of the June family arrive, not even the demon god palace will be able to save you." Hearing Yen Ruming's warning, the Sky Demon Crown Prince didn't say anything. Beside him, a beautiful woman in black soft armor giggled. "Goddess, aren't you a little too afraid of that so-called son of God of the June family? Is he really that powerful?" This coquettish woman was the Yaksha princess of the Yaksha royal clan, another sinful clan. She was also a proud daughter of the heavens. However, the person she worshipped the most was still the Sky Demon Crown Prince. After all, it was the heavenly Demon Crown Prince who had helped the Yaksha royal family break the seal. Coupled with the Sky Demon Crown Prince's handsome appearance, the Yaksha princess naturally fell in love with him. Hearing the Yaksha princess's words, Yen Ruming's lips curled into a cold smile. The scariest thing about a person wasn't his weak cultivation, but his short-sightedness. They had no idea how terrifying the son of God of the June family was. "I can tell you that the son of God of the June family is almost invincible among his peers in the Huangtian mystic realm," Yen Ruming said. "Trending searches enough, Yen Ruming. You've been talking about the son of God of the June family. Do you like him?" The Sky Demon Crown Prince's face darkened. He originally had some thoughts about Yen Ruming. After all, such a stunningly beautiful woman was a rare species. In addition, she was also the goddess of the demon god palace and had the demon emperor's body, which made her a perfect match for the Sky Demon Crown Prince. However, Yen Ruming kept talking about how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, which made the Sky Demon Crown Prince very unhappy. No matter how powerful the son of God of the June family was, could he be so powerful? Yen Ruming's face turned slightly pale when she heard that. She reminded them out of kindness, but the Sky Demon Crown Prince and the Yaksha princess ignored her and even mocked her. "Okay, I'll take it that I said too much. Pray that you don't run into him." Yen Ruming's face was cold. She flashed and disappeared into the void. She would not take the initiative to participate in the war. Seeing Yen Ruming leave, the Yaksha princess curled her lips and held the Sky Demon Crown Prince's arm with both hands. Her plump breasts kept rubbing against the sky demon crown prince's arm. "Your Highness, don't be unhappy. That goddess is probably just scaring you. She just wants you to return to the mystic realm as soon as possible." The son of God of the June family? What a joke! The Yiksha princess flattered. They had always been in the lower realm, so they had never heard of June Xiaoyao's name. You're right. That son of God of the June family is nothing. I have the bloodline of the demon god. Even if that son of God of the June family is as powerful as Yen Ruming said, I can still suppress him. The sky demon crown prince said proudly. The Yiksha princess flattery made him feel very comfortable. "Your Highness, after the battle with the Dayan dynasty, I'll—" The Yiksha princess moved her red lips closer to the sky demon crown prince in a seductive manner. "Ha, good. When the time comes, I'll make sure you have a great time." The sky demon crown prince laughed and hugged the Yiksha princess waist. Although the Yiksha princess was not as good as Yen Rumung, she was still a pretty girl. But it was not bad to play with her. Just as the Sinful Alliance army was heading toward the Dayan dynasty's imperial city, the Dayan dynasty was also fully prepared for war. Outside the imperial city, a dense army formed into square formations, ready to go. All kinds of formations were in a pre-activated state, ready to be activated at any time. Above the sky, several figures stood in the void. They were the saints of the Dayan dynasty. The man in the middle was dressed in a royal robe. He was the royal lords of Dayan. "How is the situation with the ancient god clan?" the royal lords of Dayan asked. A general next to him replied, "The situation is not good over there. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan betrayed the June family. The ancient god clan will be the first to be targeted. It's good enough that they can hold on. They are still waiting for us to rescue them." Hearing this news, the royal lords of Dayan sighed deeply. "Sigh, those damned ancient demon clan and ancient demon clan. I knew they had bad intentions. But who gave them the courage to betray the June family? Spies have gathered information. It seems to be related to the primordial divine mountain and the primordial royal clan. They are also related to the Archean royalty of the mystic realm," the general said. "I see. It seems that the Archean royalty of the mystic realm is playing a game with the June family. It's just making things difficult for us." The royal lords of Dayan were worried. Now that the 4 Sinful Alliance army was attacking, there was also the saint of the demon god palace who was hiding his identity. The royal lords of Dayan were worried. The general next to him comforted. "Your Majesty, don't be so pessimistic. At least the younger generation has experienced the flames of war. Many people have emerged, such as the 16th prince." Hearing this, the royal lords of Dayan were slightly relieved. They looked down at a young man in a brocade robe. The 16th prince, who had been the least important to him, had become a young hero in the flames of war. At this moment, the 16th prince, Fang Han, was in high spirits with his black hair fluttering in the wind. Although a storm was coming, he was full of excitement. Chapter 216. The battle on the hidden dragon continent was on the verge of breaking out. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao was also preparing to depart from the Sanluo continent. He had only come to the Sanluo continent as a transit point. However, he was delayed for a while because of the War Demon Palace and the fallen Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao only rested for a few days before setting off again. This time, however, there was one more person in their team, Yan Qingying. They stepped onto the Sanluo continent's teleportation portal and landed on the hidden dragon continent. As soon as they arrived at the hidden dragon continent, they understood the situation. The sinners were seeking revenge, and the Dayan dynasty's army was retreating. There were even other forces that were helping the sinners. The allied forces of the 4 sinners were also heading toward the eastern lands, toward the Dayan dynasty's capital city. Interesting. There are other forces that dare to help the sinners against my June family's followers. They must be tired of living. A cold smirk appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's Dita-like face. Helping the sinners against the Dayan dynasty was secondary. The main thing was that this force seemed to be looking down on the Jun family. The dignity of the Jun family of the ancients was not to be blasphemed. As the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao could not turn a blind eye to this. "Let's go to the Dayan dynasty's capital city," Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's cold and expressionless face, everyone was stunned. EU, old ancestor Dongxian, and the others were silent. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao never showed his emotions on his face. His expression was enough to show the cold anger in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Those sinners are in for it. Old ancestor Dongxian sighed inwardly. 7 days passed. The allied forces of the four sinners were like a sharp knife that stabbed into the heart of the eastern lands, approaching the Dayan dynasty's capital city. The Dayan dynasty had made all kinds of preparations. The entire royal city was like a steel fortress. However, the expressions of the royal lords of Dayan and the others were very solemn, and there was even a trace of determination. He knew that the Dayan dynasty was doomed. At this moment, on the walls of the royal capital, a young girl wearing a light purple gauze dress stood in the wind. The young girl's facial features were exquisite beyond compare. Her starry eyes were like lacquer, and she had a fine nose and a small mouth. Her delicate body was extremely slender, and her skin was as white as jade. Her entire being seemed to be full of spirit, and she carried an aura of spirituality, just like an elf. This fairy-like, beautiful, and noble girl was Juning. At this moment, there was a grave expression on her face. Logically speaking, with Juning status, there was no need for her to fight at all. However, Juning pride as a member of the Jun family made it impossible for her to hide in the back. She was a member of the Jun family, and the blood of the Jun family flowed through her veins, although it was just an inconspicuous side branch. That sense of family honor was integrated into her bones and blood. Next to her stood a young man in a brocade robe, looking at Juning with a gentle gaze. It was the 16th prince, Feng Han. In the face of the impending war, Feng Han did not panic at all. As for why he did not panic, of course, it was because Feng Han knew that he was the destined protagonist of the Hidden Dragon Continent. Only those with supreme fortune could obtain the Hidden Dragon Continent's god sacrificial talisman. If Feng Han could obtain it, it proved that he was destined. Would the protagonist chosen by the heavens die so easily? Of course not. Feng Han even thought that even if the Dayan dynasty really fell, he would not die. Instead, he would rise in the chaotic world and become the ruler of the Hidden Dragon Continent. Because of this confidence, Feng Han did not panic at all. He even looked at Juning with an infatuated and gentle gaze. Feeling Feng Han's gaze, Juning frowned slightly and said, "Feng Han, now that the enemy is before us, we must all be prepared. This may be the most difficult battle." Of course I know. However, in the past battles, when have I not turned danger into safety? Feng Han said with a smug smile. Hearing Feng Han call her Juning still frowned. Before, Feng Han was very careful and polite, calling her princessing. As Feng Han showed his talent and became stronger, his personality had also changed imperceptibly. Now he even began to call her directly. Although Juning was a little disgusted, Feng Han was right about one thing. In the previous battles, big and small, Feng Han was indeed able to turn danger into safety every time, and his strength would greatly increase. I am very happy that you have grown to this point. You are already very amazing, Juning said casually. She was just praising him out of courtesy. However, Feng Han took it seriously and was very happy. I am getting closer and closer to becoming the hero in Er's heart, Feng Han said to himself. In this battle, he would completely shine and let Juning know he was the hero in Juning heart. Just as Feng Han began to fantasize, and even fantasize about Juning throwing herself into his arms after the battle, rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble like the surface of a drum. It's coming! In the sky, a group of powerhouses from the Daein dynasty and some from the Jun family's side branches in the lower worlds all had serious expressions. They looked around. In the distant sky on the horizon, a black tide was overturning. It was the densely packed Sinful Alliance army. Among them, there was a three-eyed spirit that looked like a small giant. It had a third eye between its eyebrows that could manifest all kinds of magic. It could even release a petrifying light to petrify the enemy. This clan used to be one of the most powerful clans in the mystic realm. They stirred up trouble and were eventually suppressed by the Jun family. In the sky, the Blackwing Bat clan and the Yiksha royal clan were flying. These two clans were also ferocious clans that were cruel by nature. The Blackwing Bat clan liked to eat blood, while the Yiksha royal clan had caused endless bloodshed. Finally, there was the Heavenly Demon Royal clan, whose demonic chi soared to the sky. This clan once had the blood of the Demon Emperor flowing in their veins. They were extremely noble and had a great reputation in the mystic realm. However, in the end, they were still suppressed by the Jun family together with the other 9 ancient clans. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince was in the Heavenly Demon Royal clan's camp. The beautiful Yeksha princess was next to him. This day has finally come. The Daein dynasty has suppressed us ancient clans for countless years. Today, we can finally uproot them. And the Jun family. I heard that there are also some members of the Jun family in this dynasty. They will all pay the price. The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. They couldn't take revenge on the Jun family in the mystic realm for now. In that case, they would torture the members of the Jun family in the Daein dynasty to death first to vent their anger. As for the consequences, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince believed that the Demon God Palace would definitely protect him. Because he had the bloodline of the Demon God, he had endless potential. In the future, he would at least become a supreme being of the Demon Tao. This was the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince's confidence and reliance. Recommended reading. Load File 2013. Chapter 217. The allied forces of the 4 sinners had arrived and sealed off all 4 corners of the Daein dynasty. This battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. There would be no leeway. Royal Lords of Daein, I bet you didn't expect that as the suppressors, you would fall to such a state. A saint stepped out from the Heavenly Demon Royal family and spoke with a cold tone. For those of you who have sinful blood flowing in your veins, even if you succeed today, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Jun family, the Royal Lords of Daein said expressionlessly. When they heard the words Master of the Jun family, the eyes of the cultivators from the 4 sinful clans were filled with hatred. However, other than hatred, there was even more fear and terror. That was right. They were actually afraid of the Jun family's revenge. Even if the 10 sinners joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Jun family, let alone the 4 sinners. Don't use the Jun family to scare us. They have many opponents, such as the Archean royalty, the Forbidden Zone, and so on. The Jun family can't do whatever they want, the saint of the Yiksha royal family said coldly. They had their reasons for being afraid, but they couldn't be willing to be suppressed because of fear, could they? Therefore, overthrowing the Daein dynasty was inevitable. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince stepped out and said, "Why waste your breath? Today, the Daein dynasty will be destroyed. Those who have the blood of the Jun family in their veins will also die." The Heavenly Demon Crown Prince's eyes glowed red, and his demonic aura soared into the sky. Even the saint of the Heavenly Demon Royal family agreed with his words. Now, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince was almost the most respected person in the Heavenly Demon Royal family, not only because of the Demon God bloodline in his body, but also because of the Demon God Palace of the Immortal Realm. It was because of the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince that the Heavenly Demon Royal family could break the seal. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Crown Prince's status in the Heavenly Demon Royal family was as respected as a saint. Just then, A clear voice filled with anger sounded from the Dayan Empire side. "You're just a sinner. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who gave you the right to oppose the June family?" The person who spoke was June Inger. Her pretty face was filled with anger. When she heard the Sky Demon Crown Prince's words, her face turned red with anger. The June family's sense of honor was one of the best, regardless of whether it was the main branch or the collateral branch. "Oh, you are!" The Sky Demon Crown Prince glanced at Juning-er. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although Juning-er was still young, she was already as beautiful as a blooming lotus. This young girl was even more delicate and seductive than the Yiksha princess. Because of her age, she didn't have a perfect figure and flawless face like Yen Ramen. However, she was already an extremely alluring beauty. Compared to the coquettish Yiksha princess, such a pure and beautiful young girl could arouse the desire in a man's heart more. June Inger of the June family. June Inger pulled out a purple longsword. Her crystal eyes were full of fighting spirit. The blood of the June family flowed in their veins, and none of them were afraid of death. "Hee, so you're from the June family. Just nice." The heavenly demon crown prince licked his lips. He was very excited, seeing such an attractive girl, and she was even a member of the June family. When the time came to abuse her, it would be twice the pleasure. June Inger's identity as a member of the June family was just right for the heavenly demon crown prince to vent his anger. Seeing the heavenly demon crown prince's evil gaze, June Inger showed disdain and disgust. "I can suppress you and vent my anger." The heavenly demon crown prince made his move. Not to be outdone, June Inger made her move as well. The two young geniuses made their moves. Neither side made a move. Although June Inger was a collateral member of the June family and was sent to the lower worlds when she was young. However, her talent and strength were definitely among the best in the lower worlds. The tip of the sword streaked across the void. Streaks of purple sword aura covered the sky and rushed toward the heavenly demon crown prince. "She's so strong." Many of the princes and princesses of the Dayan dynasty, as well as the young geniuses, were surprised. June Inger rarely made a move before, so they didn't know that the fairy-like Princess Inger was so strong. June Inger's performance also surprised Fong Han. "It's a good thing that I got an opportunity and my strength skyrocketed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be good enough for Inger," Fong Han thought to himself. If he had seen June Inger's strength before, he would have felt extremely inferior. But now, Fong Han was very calm. He even felt that June Inger was worthy of his devotion. Seeing June Inger's attack, the heavenly demon crown prince looked calm. Before he made his move, the Yiksha princess beside him made her move. "So what if you're a member of the June family? What right do you have to challenge the crown prince? Let me take you on." The Yiksha princess's beautiful face was cold. She also noticed the way the heavenly demon crown prince looked at Juning. For a moment, her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. Her divine weapon was a black, soft, demonic whip. When she swung it, it tore through the air and made a sharp sound. The two women fought in a melee. The purple sword aura flashed and the black whip flashed. The sound of metal clashing against metal continued to resound in the void. In such a battle, the Yiksha princess was gradually at a disadvantage. Finally, June Inger saw an opportunity. Her sword flashed and stabbed at the Yiksha princess's face. The Yiksha princess was shocked. She wanted to dodge again, but there was no chance. Not far away, the heavenly demon crown prince saw this and frowned. What a useless woman! Although the heavenly demon crown prince cursed in his heart, he still made his move. The blood-red, demonic chi swept across the sky and turned into a palm that slapped out. The heavenly demon crown prince's sudden move caught June Inger off guard. She turned around and hurriedly blocked with her sword, but she was still sent flying with a bang. The blood in her chest churned. As for the Yiksha princess, although she escaped the disaster, That wisp of sword chi still brushed past her cheek. A long, bloody gash appeared on her beautiful face. Fresh blood flowed down from the wound. "Ah, you bitch!" the Yiksha princess screamed. She rushed at Juninger with red eyes and swung the soft demonic whip. Juninger had not calmed down from the heavenly demon crown prince's attack. She could only block with her sword. The soft demonic whip wrapped around the long sword. Yiksha princess flashed and approached Juning, giving her a hard slap. A bright red handprint appeared on Juning-er's jade-like face. Inger. Seeing this, Fong Han took a step forward and made his move. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. Wasn't this a good chance to be a hero and save the beauty? As long as he showed his absolute strength and forcefully saved Juninger, then wouldn't he be Juninger's hero? Thinking of this, Fong Han was even more excited. His face was filled with righteous indignation. He shouted angrily, "The sinners are indeed the sinners. How could they use such a despicable sneak attack?" As Fong Han spoke, he made his move. He stretched out his hand, and as if the shadows of the sun and moon appeared, he sent the Yiksha princess flying. She spat out blood. The heavenly demon crown prince locked his eyes on Fong Han. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 218. If the heavenly demon crown prince was the most outstanding prodigy on the side of the sinners, then the most outstanding prodigy on the side of the Dayan dynasty was the 16th prince, Fong Han, who had suddenly risen to prominence. The heavenly demon crown prince had also heard of Fong Han's deeds. He was originally a famous idiot prince of the Dayan dynasty, but in the recent war he had completely risen to prominence and become one of the best of the younger generation on the side of the Dayan dynasty. At this moment, Fong Han's casual attack had sent the Yiksha princess flying, which attracted the heavenly demon crown prince's attention. "Ing, are you okay?" Fong Han asked with concern. "I'm fine, thank you," Juning said. Hearing Juning-er's words, Fong Han's heart was as sweet as honey. He was very pleased with himself. But this was not enough. This performance was nothing. He had to defeat the heavenly demon crown prince to leave a deep impression on Juning. "You're that Fong Han who rose to prominence recently?" The heavenly demon crown prince's eyes had a hint of mockery. He was not even afraid of Jun Xiaoyao from the immortal region, let alone this native prodigy from the lower realm. "Heavenly demon crown prince, cut the crap. Today I will kill you." Fong Han was eager to show off, so he did not waste any time and directly attacked. He moved his palms, which seemed to transform into the shape of the sun and the moon, crushing everything. "You're something." The heavenly demon crown prince's expression turned slightly serious. One of them had the bloodline of an atavistic demon god, while the other was the protagonist of the hidden dragon continent. Neither could be considered weak. The heavenly demon crown prince's chi and blood surged. He reached out his hand, which transformed into a blood-red palm print, and pressed it down. The two immediately clashed. Rumble. The sound of magical power exploding could be heard incessantly. That kind of fluctuation not only shocked the young prodigies, but also some experts of the older generation. So powerful! The princes and princesses who had previously mocked Fong Han were all so shocked that they could not close their mouths. One could stuff an egg into their mouths. They did not expect Fong Han to be so powerful when he went all out. Even Juning-er's watery eyes were filled with shock. Her strength was already considered one of the best in the lower realms. However, this Fong Han, who was previously called trash, was now even stronger than her. Juning couldn't understand it. However, as she watched Fong Han fight the Sky Demon Crown Prince, Juning-er's opinion of him changed slightly. Although there was still a huge gap between this figure and the peerless hero in white robes who suppressed the universe in her heart, there was still a huge gap between this figure and the one she imagined. But that didn't stop June Inger from having a better impression of him. Of course, this change still had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women. June Inger was not the kind of girl who would fall in love at first sight, unless he could really conquer her completely. However, there shouldn't be such a person in the lower realm, right? Fong Han, on the other hand, felt a sense of exhilaration as he fought. Those royal brothers and sisters who used to despise him were now shocked and had a whole new level of respect for him. The royal lords of Dayan, who used to treat him coldly, were also very satisfied with him at this moment. Of course, what made Fong Han happiest was Juning. Juning looked at him with a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. Even if it was only a glimmer, it was enough to make Fong Han happy. Great, next, I'll take him by surprise and kill the Sky Demon Crown Prince to boost morale. Fong Han narrowed his eyes. He also had a plan in mind. Bang! After a collision, the Sky Demon Crown Prince seemed to have an opening. Good chance. Fong Han's eyes flashed sharply. Sun and moon shine together. As Fong Han moved his hands, the sun and moon seemed to have turned into a Tai Chi symbol emerging from his hands, blooming with endless brilliance and powerful fluctuations of power. This was an ultimate technique he had obtained from the sacrificial god talisman, and it was very powerful. Sky Demon Crown Prince die. Fong Han bombarded the Sky Demon Crown Prince with a carefree smile on his face. He seemed to have seen himself being called a hero after defeating the Sky Demon Crown Prince. Juning would also be completely convinced by his heroism. However, Fong Han suddenly saw a hint of mockery in the Sky Demon Crown Prince's eyes. How stupid! Do you think you can kill me like this? The Sky Demon Crown Prince activated his demon god bloodline. With a loud bang, blood surged into the sky. A vague, blood-colored demon god shadow appeared behind the Sky Demon Crown Prince. Sky Demon Void Shattering Claw. The Sky Demon Crown Prince grabbed out with one hand, and the demon god shadow behind him seemed to reach out with a giant, blood-red claw. The giant claw directly tore through space, bringing out a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Under the Sky Demon Crown Prince's powerful attack, Fong Han's sun and moon shine together was directly torn apart. Uft! Fong Han's clothes were also torn in half, and a huge blood-red claw mark appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and finally smashed into the ground. Dead silence. This turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Just a moment ago, Fong Han was still in high spirits and used his ultimate move. Now his whole body was naked and his clothes were torn. He was seriously injured and smashed to the ground like a dead dog. This contrast was so great that many people from the Dayan dynasty couldn't react. Juning also hurriedly turned her gaze away, not looking at Fong Han. And Fong Han? He was completely stunned. Stunned. What happened to the plot armor? What happened to being able to kill and become the hero in Ing's heart? How did he become like this now? Fong Han himself couldn't react. It wasn't until the bloody claw mark on his chest brought intense pain that he came to his senses. Fong Han's eyes immediately turned red and bloodshot. Extreme humiliation filled his heart. It was one thing for him to be severely injured, but his clothes were torn apart. He was in such a sorry state that it was practically a public execution. His dream of being a hero was completely shattered. Fong Han hurriedly struggled to get up and changed into a set of clothes from his spatial artifact. Fong Han, are you okay? Don't try to be brave. Seeing Fong Han change his clothes, Juning turned around and said. There was also an indescribable disappointment in her heart. The figure of Fong Han fighting the Sky Demon Crown Prince vaguely gave her a feeling that it overlapped with the figure of the hero in her heart. But now, seeing Fong Han's appearance, Juning understood that she had thought too much. Fong Han saw the subtle change in Juning's eyes and his heart was filled with hatred. He stared at the sky demon crown prince with bloodshot eyes. "You are the stupidest person I have ever met. Do you really think that you can compete with me just because you have a little opportunity?" The sky demon crown prince's tone was playful. In fact, Fawn Han was not weak. With the god sacrifice talisman, if he was given time to develop, he would definitely be able to compete with the sky demon crown prince in the future. But Fawn Han had only discovered the god sacrifice talisman for a short time. He had not fully developed yet, so he could not beat the sky demon crown prince. "Your strength is trash, and you still want to be a hero saving a beauty. What an idiot. Juning, is this trash you're backing?" The sky demon crown prince said. "No, I won't rely on anyone." Juning, Ari's face turned green. When Fawn Han heard this, he was even more embarrassed and angry. He was furious. For a man, it was an absolute disgrace to not be able to let the woman he liked rely on him. "Haha, you have a temper. I like it. If this trash can't protect you, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The Sky Demon Crown Prince directly attacked Juning. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 219. "Stop!" Fawn Han roared when he saw the Sky Demon Crown Prince attack Juning. However, he was in severe pain in his chest and was bleeding profusely. He was severely injured and couldn't help her. "How dare you!" The royal lords of Dayan and the others couldn't sit still. Juning was a member of the June family. They couldn't just watch the June family being suppressed by the sinners. Therefore, the Dayan dynasty took action. At the same time, the allied forces of the four sinners also launched an attack. The Sky Demon Crown Prince's action of suppressing Juning was like a fuse that completely ignited the flames of war. At the same time, several figures with monstrous demonic auras appeared in the void not far away. Two of them were black-robed figures with surging demonic auras. They exuded the aura of demon saints. They were the demon saints of the demon god palace, who had concealed their identities. They couldn't hide their identities openly, so they could only use this method to help the Sky Demon royal family. Of course, in terms of strength and lineup, the sinners had a complete victory. "It's useless, Juning. No one can save you." The Sky Demon Crown Prince stretched out his palm. A blood-red palm print appeared, filled with blood-red demonic aura, and exploded in all directions. Juning was forced to retreat, and she coughed up blood from her cherry lips. She looked at the blood-red palm print that was suppressing her like a cage. Even though Juning was determined, she couldn't help but show a hint of despair in her bright eyes. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl. Fawn Han, who was watching the scene, struggled but couldn't do anything. He was not the hero in Juning's heart. "It's over. Next, I will torture you." The Sky Demon Crown Prince revealed a perverted smile. Juning's eyes showed a hint of death. She would rather die than fall into the hands of the Sky Demon Crown Prince and be humiliated. It's a pity that Oi's wish couldn't be realized. Brother, won't have the chance to return to the mystic region to see you in this life. Juning closed her eyes. A drop of crystal clear tear quietly fell from the corner of her eye. At this moment, the clamor of war in the surrounding world seemed to be pulled away. Amidst this absolute silence, Yi Zichen stood up. Juning suddenly heard a gentle and indifferent voice. "How dare you attack a member of the June family?" Hearing this voice, Juning suddenly opened her eyes. Then she saw the most unforgettable scene in her life. A magnificent golden palm print as big as a golden mountain came crashing down from the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky and sweeping through the 10 realms and 8 desolations. As the golden palm fell, it was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed. "Who is it?" The Sky Demon Crown Prince's hair stood on end as he screamed in horror. He didn't even have time to react. accompanied by a loud bang. The golden palm that descended from the sky smashed the sky demon crown prince into the ground. Rumble. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. A palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Thick cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Silence. A deathly silence. This sudden palm strike that came from the heavens directly slammed the sky demon crown prince into the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The impact was too shocking. It was to the extent that the battlefield that had just begun froze momentarily. Some of the saints were stunned. In the sky, an otherworldly figure in a white robe stepped through the air. He was like the son of a god, the descendant of a banished immortal. It was Jun Xiaoyao. His white robe fluttered in the wind, his hair was black, and his skin looked like it was carved from immortal jade. He looked like an immortal and extraordinarily handsome. Is that an immortal? Some of the Dayan dynasty cultivators were stunned. As for Juning, she was in an unprecedented state of shock. At this moment, the immortal-like figure in the white robe arrived on the auspicious clouds. In her mind, he was so similar to the peerless hero in white robes who descended from the sky on 7-colored clouds. No, it should be said that the current Jun Xiaoyao was even more otherworldly than the peerless hero in Juning Er's mind. Jun Xiaoyao's handsomeness and his powerful means of slapping the sky demon crown prince away as soon as he appeared made him even more outstanding than the peerless hero in her mind. Juning Er's heart was instantly hit by Cupid's arrow. She was not a person who would fall in love with anyone at first sight. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was a perfect match for all her teenage fantasies. In fact, he was much, much more outstanding. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance made the entire battlefield fall into silence. Am I seeing things? The sky demon crown prince was slapped into the ground by that white-robed man? That's right. That palm print is too terrifying. What is the cultivation level of that white-robed man? After a brief silence, there was an uproar that broke the sky. The entire battle was completely disrupted by Jun Xiaoyao, and it was temporarily suspended. Who is he? On the ground, Fang Han, who was in an extremely sorry state and covered in blood, was also stunned. Then he saw Juning Er's expression. She seemed to be in a daze, and her whole body was numb. Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to the surprised, and shocked expressions of the people around him. His eyes first looked at Juning Er. Yes, it's her, Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Because Jun Wanjie had been by his side before, Jun Xiaoyao was quite familiar with Jun Wanjie's bloodline aura. And the girl in a lavender gauze dress in front of him had the same bloodline aura as Jun Wanjie's. Her age also matched. There was no doubt that this girl was Jun Wanjie's sister in the lower realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao saw Juning Er's swollen cheek with a palm print on it. His figure was slightly blurred, and the next moment he appeared in front of Juning Er's pretty face was slightly red, and she was somewhat at a loss. She was very calm when facing Fang Han and the others, but facing the handsome, white-robed man in front of her, she was a little flustered. Her heart was pounding like a deer's. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and stroked Juning Er's swollen cheek. Juning Er's heart beat even faster. Logically speaking, if a stranger did this to her, it would be considered flirting, and Juning would definitely be angry. But now Juning was as obedient as a porcelain doll. Juning actually wanted to refuse, but Jun Xiaoyao was too handsome, and most importantly, Juning could feel that Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was not flirting at all. Who did it? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yiksha, princess. Juning pursed her lips and said with some grievance. Jun Xiaoyao gently stroked her cheek, and divine light spread out. In an instant, Juning Er's cheek returned to normal, as tender and white as jade. Seeing this scene, Fang Han was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he and Juning or did not have any physical relationship. At this moment, he felt that there was a green grassland above his head. After Juning, Er's face was restored. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his hand and turned to look at Yiksha Princess. He did not say a word. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he pressed down with one hand. The golden palm print swept across the void, producing a thunderous roar. Yiksha Princess did not even have the chance to react before she was directly slapped. She was crushed into meat paste by the golden palm print. The palm print blasted the sky demon prince deep into the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Pinching Yiksha Princess to death with one hand was like crushing an ant. Jun Xiaoyao was like a god descending in person, shocking everyone. Chapter 220. No one in this world was able to react in time. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely shaken them to the core. Jun Ing, Ari's red lips were wide open, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even she had a hard time dealing with the Yiksha Princess. However, the handsome young man in white in front of him had killed him effortlessly with a single hand. "Sir, you are?" Juning asked nervously. "Train of thoughts. Someone asked me to bring you back to the deity region," Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Juning, Er's mind shook when she heard this, as if thunder was rumbling. She was a little absent-minded, and tears appeared in her eyes. Had her brother finally fulfilled his promise and walked towards the peak? He could even send people to the lower worlds to look for her. "Did my brother send you to find me?" Juning asked excitedly. "Well." Jun Xiaoyao was speechless for a moment and then nodded slightly. "That's great." Juning smiled, and her smile was as beautiful as a lily. She then looked at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face, which was shrouded in divine radiance, and felt confused for a moment. Although she believed that her brother had become very strong, however, even his followers were this strong? At this moment there was a loud bang. Blood-red, demonic qi spewed out like a volcano from the deep pit in the palm print. Then a figure came out. It was the Sky Demon Crown Prince. However, at this moment, the Sky Demon Crown Prince looked extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His body was cracked, and there were bloody wounds on his skin. With such an appearance, it was hard to associate him with the lofty Sky Fey Crown Prince from before. At this moment, the Sky Demon Crown Prince had become Fong Han No. 2. He was also extremely miserable. "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me?" The Sky Demon Crown Prince's eyes were burning with blood-red flames. If he didn't have the demonic god bloodline to protect him, that blow would have completely crushed his body. "You're not dead. You're lucky." Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. 80% of the elites couldn't withstand his slap. For the heavenly Fey Crown Prince to be able to withstand his palm strike, he did have some skills. Jun Xiaoyao did not know that the Sky Fey Crown Prince possessed the Fey god bloodline. However, even if he knew, there shouldn't be any waves. All of the prodigies he had dealt with had all sorts of trump cards. A mere demon god's bloodline was not enough to cause Jun Xiaoyao to react. "You haven't answered my question." The Sky Demon Crown Prince glared at Jun Xiaoyao. "I, the son of God, do not need to waste my breath on ants." Jun Xiaoyao attacked again. Golden light bloomed as his blood, qi, surged towards the heavenly demon crown prince. "Son of God." "The heavenly demon crown," Prince murmured. Then he suddenly came back to his senses. Unable to hide his shock, he exclaimed, "You are the son of God of the Jun family." The immortal-like, white-clothed man in front of her was none other than the son of God of the Jun family that Yan Ruming had mentioned. The sound shocked everyone, and then there was an uproar. "The son of God of the Jun family. The Jun family is here to help." The royal lords of Dayan and the others were stunned at first, and then their faces showed extreme joy. The Jun family was finally here. Moreover, he knew that the Jun family would not only send the Son of God to the lower worlds. He must have a protector following him. In this way, The Dayan dynasty could be saved. What, the Son of God? Juning exclaimed. She could not help but cover her mouth with her jade-like hand as her eyes widened. Although she was a collateral member of the June family, she was sent to the lower worlds when she was young. However, she also understood what the words Son of God meant. That was an existence that her brother could only look up to. Now Juning came back to her senses and realized that she had misunderstood. The white-clothed man in front of her was not her brother's follower at all. It was even very likely that her brother was his follower. Jun Xiaoyao pushed his palm across the void without using any moves at all. The divine elephant overpowering strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant, coupled with the power of 70 immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven, was enough to sweep across the lower worlds. Rumble! The void shattered and heaven and earth shook. Jun Xiaoyao's every move was like an ancient god descending to the world, destroying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon-crowned prince's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock. Now, he finally understood what Yan Rumeng's warning meant. Heavenly demon, void, shattering claw. The heavenly demon-crowned prince also unleashed all of his strength, squeezing the power of his bloodline. The demon god's bloodline surged, and the shadow of the demon god formed behind him. The blood-red giant claw, tearing the sky and splitting the earth, collided with Jun Xiaoyao's palm. However, bang! There was no suspense at all. The heavenly demon void shattering claw, which had beaten Feng Han so badly, could not stop Jun Xiaoyao at all. His train of thought was the fastest. /L/Z/ without /M Jun Xiaoyao formed the Man-Monarch seal, and the shadow of an indomitable sovereign appeared behind him. The Man-Monarch seal subdued heaven and earth. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be the center of all things in the world, his graceful bearing unmatched as he suppressed the heavenly demon-crowned prince with a single hand. The heavenly demon-crowned prince's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "No! How could you be this strong?" Previously, in the face of Yan Rumeng's warning, he turned a blind eye and even ridiculed her. But now, the heavenly demon-crowned prince finally tasted the bitter fruit of his arrogance. It was fine to be arrogant, but it also depended on who the other party was. Jun Xiaoyao could be arrogant, but that didn't matter. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. He could look down on anyone of his generation. But what about the heavenly demon-crowned prince? Did he have the qualifications? Demonic blood, divine seal. The heavenly demon-crowned prince formed a hand seal, and his demonic energy surged. A blood-red seal appeared and clashed with Jun Xiaoyao's Man-Monarch seal. Boom! The heavens and earth shook and the stars fell. Ferocious ripples of dermic powers swept out in all directions. Pucci, the heavenly demon-crowned prince, was blasted back once again. His ribs constantly emitted cracking sounds, and it was unknown how many of them were shattered. Blood spewed out of his mouth as though it was free. He slammed heavily to the ground, looking as miserable as a dog. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. The heavenly demon-crowned prince, who was incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, was now beaten into a dead dog. The 4 sinners' allied forces widened their eyes and fell silent. On the Dayan dynasty's side, many princes and princesses swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could this be? On the other hand, Feng Han was in a daze and was in a daze. He had been ruthlessly crushed by the heavenly demon-crowned prince. But now, the heavenly demon-crowned prince was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao in 2 moves. What did this mean? It meant that the gap between him and Jun Xiaoyao was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. How could this be? I got the god sacrificial talisman. I'm the main character. Feng Han was in a daze. Shouldn't he be in the limelight in this battle? Shouldn't the unparalleled hero in Juning Er's heart be him? But now, Feng Han looked at Juning Er. At this moment, Juning had completely become Jun Xiaoyao's little fangirl. The extraordinary splendor in her pair of lustrous eyes was so rich that it could not be concealed. The longing, yearning, adoration, and admiration were so thick that it could not be dispersed. Uft! Seeing Juning Er's expression, Fong Han grunted and could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The unparalleled hero had appeared, but it was not him at all. Chapter 221. Jun Xiaoyao's performance left everyone dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. The heavenly demon-crowned prince was one of the strongest young geniuses of the sinners. Yet he had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in 2 moves. Just how strong was this white-robed son of God of the Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He attacked again, aiming for the heavenly demon-crowned prince. This time, he was going to kill the heavenly demon-crowned prince. How dare you? The heavenly demon royal saint roared. Although Jun Xiaoyao's identity was extraordinary, as he was the son of God of the Jun family. However, they couldn't just watch the heavenly demon-crowned prince be killed. Therefore, even if they were bullying the weak, the heavenly demon royal saint had to take action. At this moment, the aura of a saint erupted in the void again, followed by a cold shout. You are the ones who are being impudent. Patriarch Dongxian and his followers appeared, blocking the heavenly demon royal saint with one hand. Die. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he slammed his palm down. As far as he was concerned, killing a sky demon-crowned prince was a simple matter. No, the heavenly demon-crowned prince was truly terrified this time, his eyes filled with fear. Swoosh! A demonic palm print appeared in the void, blocking Jun Xiaoyao's palm print. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly. A deep sigh was heard. Jun family son of God, how about sparing his life? Rumeng can return to report. Following this sigh, a woman with a flawless face appeared. Her pink dress fluttered. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was smooth, and her legs were long and slender. It was Yen Rumeng. She had been hiding in the void all this time, but when she saw Jun Xiaoyao arrive, she knew that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. However, she also had a mission from the little demon empress. So she couldn't just watch the heavenly demon-crowned prince be killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, she could only brace herself and appear. When Yen Rumeng appeared, many male cultivators from the Dayan dynasty held their breaths. It was not because of anything else. It was because Yen Rumeng was too beautiful. Just like her name, Rong Yen Rumeng was as beautiful and flawless as an illusion. It was hard to imagine that she was a demon. She had the perfect and otherworldly temperament of a fairy from the Moon Palace. You are the goddess of the Demon God Palace. Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as an ancient well. Even though Yen Rumeng's appearance was breathtakingly perfect, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not waver in the slightest. He had seen too many beauties. Which one of them wasn't a peerless talent? Therefore, he had long been immune to beautiful women. Not to mention, with his personality, he would not care about any woman at all, even if she was very beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao was able to recognize Yen Rumeng because Yen Rumeng was also very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. Her appearance was perfect and flawless, and she was the dream lover of countless male cultivators. However, it would be a big mistake to look down on her because of her appearance and think that she was just a vase. Yen Rumeng had the demon emperor's body and was the most talented genius of the Demon God Palace. She was considered a top existence among the younger generation of the mystic realm. Haha, it is my honor to be recognized by the son of God of the Jun family. Yen Rumeng chuckled, as gorgeous as 100 flowers blooming. She was usually very cold and otherworldly, but at this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao, she was not otherworldly, because Jun Xiaoyao was even more otherworldly than her. Seeing Yen Rumeng's attitude, the heavenly demon prince felt a little uncomfortable. When Yen Rumeng faced him, although there wasn't any obvious disdain, there was a cold and aloof feeling that came from her bones. But now, facing Jun Xiaoyao, Yan Rumeng was not stingy with her smile. She was like a prostitute who sold her smile. But when he thought that he was still alive, the heavenly demon prince breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that with Yan Rumeng and the demon god palace, Jun Xiaoyao would not dare to touch him. Humph! When I return to the mystic realm and receive the training of the demon god palace, I will completely activate the bloodline of the demon god. Jun Xiaoyao, then it will be the time of your death! The heavenly demon prince was not stupid enough to directly provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, he said coldly in his heart. When Jun Xiaoyao saw the expression in the heavenly demon prince's eyes, he knew what he was thinking. So, you want to stop this son of God from killing the heavenly demon prince? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Rumeng. I have no choice. I have a mission. Can't the Son of God be more understanding? Just take it that I owe the Son of God a favor. Yan Rumeng lowered her eyes and said with a hint of coquettishness, A favor? How are you going to repay it? Jun Xiaoyao looked Yan Rumeng up and down. Faced with Jun Xiaoyao's scrutiny, Yan Rumeng felt a faint numbness all over her body. I'll repay it however the Son of God wants. I just hope the Son of God won't go too far. Yan Rumeng bit her lip and said softly with watery eyes. These words caused people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. That's too shameless, Jun Inger said angrily. She was worried that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't really listen to Yan Rumeng and let the heavenly demon prince go, right? Huh. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yan Rumeng saw Jun Xiaoyao smile and felt relieved. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's words completely stunned Yan Rumeng, the goddess. Do you have the right to negotiate with this son of God? Jun Xiaoyao directly attacked. Since Yan Rumeng wanted to save the heavenly demon prince, Jun Xiaoyao might as well suppress Yan Rumeng first. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Yan Rumeng's expression changed. It was the first time she had seen such an iron-willed straight man who was unmoved by beauty. In a flash, Jun Xiaoyao landed in front of Yan Rumeng and threw a punch at Yan Rumeng's chest. Yan Rumeng gritted her teeth and fought back. Her slender body emitted monstrous demon chi. She had the Demon King body, and her body was very strong. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, Yan Rumeng was knocked back. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't seduced by her beauty, Jun Inger's eyes sparkled. For a girl of her age, Jun Xiaoyao was more of a Prince Charming than a Prince Charming. Seeing that Yan Rumeng had activated the Demon King body, Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised. Although Yan Rumeng had a slender figure and slender joints, her physical strength were far stronger than some king bodies. At least, Yi Xingyun's kingly body of stars was no match for the Demon King body. However, no matter what kind of body it was nothing in front of the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao's fist surged and directly hit Yan Rumeng's chest. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Yan Rumeng couldn't keep calm. His angle of attack was very tricky. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao didn't do it on purpose. In his eyes, there was only the enemy. There was no difference between men and women. Do you have to worry about the opponent being a woman when you attack? Yan Rumeng was knocked back again. Her arm was numb. It was hard to imagine that this was just a casual attack from Jun Xiaoyao. Yan Rumeng swept her leg, which was covered with runes. With a force that could crush mountains, she kicked back at Jun Xiaoyao. Even the former heavenly demon crown prince would probably be smashed to pieces by this kick. Jun Xiaoyao's palm shone with a golden light. With a boom, he directly grabbed Yan Rumeng's calf. Her legs were slender. They felt like they were made of jade. However, Jun Xiaoyao said something at the wrong time. You're slim, slender, and lean. What's your true form? Yan Rumeng was about to struggle when she heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. Her whole face was stunned. Slender was understandable. After all, it was an idiom of praise. But what the hell did he mean by fat and thin? Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao asked her what her true form was. What did this mean? It meant that Jun Xiaoyao was coveting her true form. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, equals sign. Chapter 222. As a member of the demon race, Yan Ruming's true form was naturally not human. To the demon race, the true form was a secret, just like asking a girl's age. Not to mention the outside world. Even in the demon god palace, only the little demon empress and a few others knew what Yan Ruming's true form was. And now, didn't Jun Xiaoyao's attitude show that he had his eyes on Yan Ruyu's true form? It wasn't like Jun Xiaoyao hadn't tasted it before. For example, the supreme dark dragon of Zulong and the sky-devouring sparrow. However, the problem was that the current Yan Rumeng was a great beauty. Jun Xiaoyao pinched her leg and asked her what her true form was. It was clear what he was thinking. He was simply a demon. Even with Yan Ruming's cold personality, she couldn't help but lose her composure and wanted to scream. Jun Xiaoyao, are you a demon? Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Yan Rumeng lost her composure and said angrily. She completely activated the power of the demon emperor body, and at the same time, her other leg was aimed at Jun Xiaoyao's head. This was completely an instinctive action under anger, and one could imagine how ashamed and angry she was. Yan Ruming's leg struck the void, and her pink dress fluttered. Jun Xiaoyao reacted quickly and blocked with his other hand. At the same time, a golden divine chain of order rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a golden dagger. It was the primitive Emperor Dao's sword. When the primitive Emperor Dao sword appeared, Yan Ruming's expression changed. She also took out a mirror-like weapon and blocked the primitive Emperor Dao sword's attack. However, the powerful rebounding force once again sent Yan Rumeng flying, leaving behind a trace of blood at the corner of her red lips. Miss! The two black-robed demon saints' expressions changed, and they directly attacked. Although they did not dare to kill Jun Xiaoyao, they had to at least protect Yan Rumeng. Upon seeing the two black-robed demon saints suppress Jun Xiaoyao, Patriarch Dongxian, Guyuan, and company wanted to help, but they were stopped by the saint of the Heaven Demon Royal Family. Nine-Headed Lion, Yu, Yan Qingying, Su Ziqiong, and the others were also present. However, it was impossible for them to block the attack of a saint. "Ha! Jun Xiaoyao, I admit that you are very strong, but in this lower realm there are still quasi-sages and saints. You can't overturn the heavens." The Sky Demon Crown Prince laughed. Currently, the allied forces of the four sinners, including the two demon saints from the demon god palace, numbered more than 20. As for Jun Xiaoyao's side, even if old ancestor Dongxian and Guyuan were included, there were only 4 or 5 of them. How could Jun Xiaoyao make up for the difference in combat strength? When the royal lords of Dayan and the others thought of this, their hearts sank. Could it be that even if the son of God of the Jun family came, there was nothing he could do? Lord Son of God, Juning! Uri's beautiful eyes were firm as she prayed in her heart. For some reason, she had an inexplicable confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. Perhaps Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had shaken her to her core. Therefore, she believed that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to solve all problems. What a joke! Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. The next moment, the void was torn apart as 6 star-shattering godly puppets attacked the 2 demon saints. These are saint puppets. The 2 demon saints were caught off guard and were injured. Of course, they were saints of the demon god palace, after all. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Patriarch Golden Spider, so they were not instantly killed by the star-shattering godly puppets. When she saw the 6 saint puppets, Yan Ruming's expression turned serious. The Sky Demon Crown Prince was so scared that his face turned pale. If Jun Xiaoyao had used the star-shattering godly puppets from the beginning, he would have been killed instantly. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao would not use the star-shattering godly puppets just for the Sky Demon Crown Prince. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. On the other hand, cheers rang out from the Dayan dynasty. These 6-star shattering godly puppets had undoubtedly given the Dayan dynasty a hope that they might survive. However, even if there were 6-star shattering godly puppets, there was still Patriarch Dongxian, Guyuan, and the saints of the Dayan dynasty. Their numbers were still not as good as the coalition of sinners. I don't care if you are the son of God of the Jun family. You have to pay with your life for killing someone. A saint from the Yiksha royal tribe said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao had casually killed the Yiksha princess, which had completely enraged the Yiksha clan. The saints of the sinners had all attacked, fighting with the star-shattering godly puppets and the saints of the Dayan dynasty. The Yiksha royal tribe's saint had just freed himself and locked onto Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes cold. Die. The Yiksha royal tribe saint attacked, his power surging as he threw a punch at Jun Xiaoyao. The sky seemed to have collapsed. Lord Son of God! Jun Ying screamed. The expressions of Patriarch Dongxian, Guyuan, and the royal lords of Dayin changed drastically. They wanted to help, but they were entangled by the saints of the sinners. The Sky Demon Crown Prince was overjoyed when he saw this. The guy who had left a deep shadow on him was finally going to die. What was even more surprising was that Feng Han's eyes had a tinge of joy as well. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao had saved the Dayan dynasty. However, not only was he, the prince of the Dayan dynasty, not only was he not grateful, he even had a hint of joy when he saw Jun Xiaoyao in danger. As for the reason, it was very simple. Jealousy. Feng Han was deeply jealous of Jun Xiaoyao. That feeling was like a lowly earthworm that had obtained an opportunity and transformed into a python, just when he thought he was going to become stronger. Suddenly, a true dragon appeared in front of him. All his efforts and all his rise were so laughable and insignificant in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Some people were born to be superior. Not to mention that after Jun Xiaoyao appeared, Jun Ying's eyes had never left Jun Xiaoyao. How could Feng Han not be jealous? When jealousy reached a certain level, Feng Han naturally hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would die. Time seemed to have slowed down at this moment. The attack of the Yiksha royal tribe's saint was about to land on Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone thought that the result was inevitable. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to fight against a saint. It didn't make sense. Master. Qingying tried her best to break through, but she was surrounded by layers of sinners. Jun Ying and the others also tried to attack, but they were all blocked. At this moment, it seemed that no one could save Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao could even see the ferocious and bloodthirsty expression on the Yiksha royal tribe saint's face. Killing a monstrous prodigy with peerless aptitude was also a thrilling experience. Is the invincible legend of the Jun family's younger generation going to end here? Yan Ruming's eyes were also watching. However, what made her feel strange was Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as before. It seemed that he didn't know that he was only one step away from death. Die. The Yiksha royal tribe's saint slapped down. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly looked at the Yiksha royal tribe's saint and murmured a few words. The Yiksha royal tribe's saint read the meaning of these words. You are dead. The next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out like an abyss. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 223. The dark red aura surged into the 9 levels of heaven like an ancient volcano erupting. Along with the eruption of the dark red aura was a terrifying wave of saint plane energy. What is that? The Yiksha royal saint exclaimed. No matter how talented Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to become a saint right away. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, a majestic demonic shadow appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. The demonic shadow was muscular and had long hair that reached its ankles. Its eyes half covered by black hair, were as red as blood and exuded a sense of madness. It was the holy physique of the fallen that Jun Xiaoyao brought out from Panwuling. When Jun Xiaoyao brought out the holy physique of the fallen, he already had a plan in mind. The sacred body of the ancients had something in common. If part of his spiritual force were to enter the holy physique of the fallen's divine palace, he would be able to control it. Of course, there were limits to such control. If it was done too often, Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients might be tainted by the holy physique of the fallen's demonic and ominous aura. Therefore, it could only be used as an emergency. Now was the right time to use it. What? What is that? A puppet? The other saints of the sinners were also shocked. No, this person's aura is monstrous and has the aura of a living person. It doesn't look like a puppet. What the hell is that? Everyone was puzzled. However, the wave of Saint Plain energy could not be concealed. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Yiksha royal saint with a smile on his lips. He reached out and pointed between his eyebrows. A ball of light filled with dense soul power emerged and went directly into the holy physique of the fallen's divine palace. In an instant, the eyes of the holy physique of the fallen shot out 3 feet of bloody light as if they had been activated. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao and the holy physique of the fallen spoke at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao's cold and indifferent voice overlapped with the hoarse and heavy voice of the holy physique of the fallen, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if the most powerful boss had come out of seclusion. Boom! The holy physique of the fallen roared to the sky. His black hair was 3,000 feet long, and dark red aura gushed out. He charged straight at the Yiksha royal saint. We're both saints. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Yiksha royal saint also released his aura and attacked. But the result was bang. The attack of the Yiksha royal saint landed on the fallen saint being, but did not cause any damage. There wasn't even a single wound. The Yiksha saint was stunned. He felt as if his soul had been sucked out. He was a saint. Even if it was only an early-stage saint, this attack was enough to shatter mountains, lakes, and seas. But now, it couldn't cause any harm to the person in front of him. He wasn't the only one. All of the sinners sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Old ancestor Dongxian, Guyuan, and the rest were shocked as well, because this was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used the holy body of the fallen. It was also the first time they had seen it. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Little did they know that the sacred body of the ancients was invincible among those of the same level. Even if it was the holy body of the fallen, the strength of his physical body remained unchanged. Since it was invincible among those of the same level, the attack of the Yiksha royal saint naturally couldn't cause any harm to the holy body of the fallen. On the other hand, the holy body of the fallen grabbed the shoulders of the Yiksha royal saint with both hands. Then he suddenly tore. Rip. It was like tearing a piece of paper. The famous Yiksha royal saint was torn in half by the holy body of the fallen. Blood rained down. Sacred blood spilled. Heaven and earth were dead silent at this moment. That was a saint, a high and mighty saint. But at this moment he was torn in half like a chicken being torn apart with bare hands. This shocking scene caused everyone to be unable to breathe. It was as if their necks were being strangled by a pair of invisible hands. Roar! The holy body of the fallen was baptized by the sacred blood and became even more violent. His blood-red eyes shot out 3 feet of bloody light as he locked onto the other Yiksha royal saint. That Yiksha royal saint didn't even have the courage to fight. He turned around and tried to escape. But how could he escape the pursuit of the holy body of the fallen? Bang! 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 The holy body of the fallen took 3 steps forward and grabbed the Yiksha royal saint. Spare! Spare my life! The Yiksha royal saint begged for mercy in horror. But the holy body of the fallen was being controlled by Jun Xiaoyao at this moment. How could he spare these sinners? Rip! In the next second, the Yiksha royal saint was also torn in half. Then, the holy body of the fallen didn't stop. He directly attacked the heavenly monster royal saint. Ah! Monster, What kind of monster is this? It's definitely not a saint. Could it be a saint king or a supreme saint? Voices of horror and screams rose and fell one after another. All the sinners felt like their scalps were about to explode at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and they couldn't stop trembling as if they had gone mad. Not to mention the ordinary sinners. Even the sinners' saints were scared out of their wits at this moment. It was as if their bones were frozen. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. It tore apart a saint as if it was a joke. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This, the heavenly monster crown prince was stunned on the spot. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. He never expected that there would be such a terrifying existence by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Killing a saint like slaughtering a dog. Despair. Endless despair drowned the heavenly monster crown prince's heart like a tide. You ant, it's time for you to die. Jun Xiaoyao casually struck out with his palm. A golden palm print swept across the void and crushed toward the heavenly monster crown prince. At this moment, the heavenly monster crown prince finally regretted it. He regretted not listening to Yan Ruming's warning and returning to the immortal region earlier. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the heavenly monster crown prince was killed by Jun Xiaoyao's palm in endless despair. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed the heavenly monster crown prince's body and threw it to Yan Qingying. Devour him. Don't waste the demon god bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao said. He couldn't use the demon god bloodline himself, but it was of great help to Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying revealed a grateful and excited expression. She first devoured the fallen son of God, and now she devoured the heavenly monster crown prince. If she continued to devour like this, only God knew how powerful she would be in the future. Seeing the scene, Yan Ruming sighed deeply. She originally thought that even if she couldn't save the heavenly monster crown prince, she would at least get the demon god bloodline. But now it was all in vain. Not only that, but Yan Ruming was also offended by Jun Xiaoyao. She was at a loss. Miss, let's go. The two monster saints of the monster god palace also called out. With the fallen saint body, no saint was a match for him at all. Even these two saints of the monster god palace couldn't deal with the fallen saint body. Yan Ruming was also very decisive. She took out a space escape talisman and left. I forgot about you guys. This time the sinners broke the seal and you guys contributed. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two saints of the monster god palace. He directly controlled the fallen saint body and attacked the two saints of the monster god palace. The result was also without any suspense. Accompanied by two screams, the two saints of the monster god palace died on the spot. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 224. Elder He. Yan Ruming, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around and saw Elder He and the others were smashed into pieces by the saint of the fallen's punch. Their bodies collapsed and blood splattered everywhere. Her face was pale and her heart was bleeding. The monster god palace had lost two saints at once. Saints were not cannon fodder or cats or dogs. Even in the mystic realm, they were top-notch fighters. The monster god palace had suffered a great loss this time. It was a double whammy. Elder He and the others are dead, and the mission was not completed. Yan Ruming was extremely depressed. Even with her cold personality, she couldn't keep calm. She was so irritated that she wanted to scream. Yan Ruming had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's horror before, but now she experienced it firsthand. He touched her long legs, but his mind was thinking about what her true form was and how to eat her. Jun Xiaoyao was too demonic. Yan Ruming swore that she never wanted to meet Jun Xiaoyao again. In the future, stay far away from this person. Yan Ruming's heart still had lingering fear as she fled. On the other side, watching Yan Ruming's figure disappear into the distant sky, Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to chase after her. Killing 2 saints of the Monster God Palace was enough to make the Monster God Palace feel the pain. If the goddess of the Monster God Palace was killed, the Monster God Palace would not let it go. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of the Monster God Palace, but there was no need to make another enemy for the Jun family. After all, there was already the fallen God Palace before. And this time, the Monster God Palace was in the wrong for provoking the Jun family first. The death of 2 saints was a price to pay. Although the Monster God Palace felt the pain, they would silently swallow the bitter fruit. But if he killed Yan Rumeng, then the enmity would be great. Let's deal with these survivors first. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and glanced at the fleeing sinners. The best way to deal with these sinners was not to suppress them. Instead, it was to eliminate them completely. With the holy body of the fallen, the saints of the sinners were not even worth mentioning. The Dayan dynasty also launched an all-out counterattack to hunt down the sinners. After about half an hour, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a slight pain in his head. There seemed to be a cold and gloomy aura pouring into his mind. Vaguely, there seemed to be demonic sounds ringing in his ears. Saintly body must die. This demonic voice was faint and indistinct. Only a few words could be heard intermittently. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his true spirit and cut off the connection with the holy body of fallen. Is it a curse of the holy body of fallen? Or is it something ominous? It just so happened that the saints of the sinners were almost completely wiped out. The holy physique of the fallen was covered in blood, and his long black hair was dyed dark red. His blood-red eyes stared at Jun Xiaoyao, giving Jun Xiaoyao a vague feeling that he was still conscious. Is it an illusion? Jun Xiaoyao looked again and saw that the holy body of the fallen had become chaotic again. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew the holy physique of the fallen. Saintly body must die. What kind of curse and ominous is it? Jun Xiaoyao frowned. However, he didn't think too much about it. He shouldn't encounter such a thing for the time being. Generally speaking, even if a saintly body encountered an ominous event, it would be at a very late stage. At this stage, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have to worry about this. As for what he would do if he encountered such a situation in the future, Jun Xiaoyao believed that by that time, his strength would be unimaginably strong. Whatever ominous event or curse, he would be able to suppress and obliterate them all. After those saints of the sinners were dealt with, the remaining sinners were quickly dealt with. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the soil was soaked in blood. Layers upon layers of sinners' corpses covered the ground. Looking at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty were still in fear. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't arrived in time, the ground would be covered with the corpses of the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty, not the sinners. Thank you, Son of God, for your help. The entire Dayan dynasty is grateful. The royal lords of Dayan bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. Not only him, but the rest of the cultivators of the Dayan dynasty either bowed or knelt down. All of them were extremely grateful. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was invincible among the younger generation. The mysterious demonic shadow beside him was extremely powerful. It could kill saints as if they were dogs. In the lower realm, saints were the top combat power and they were like gods. The holy body of the fallen could kill gods as if they were dogs. The impact on their minds was too great. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. You've done so much for the Jun family. It's my duty to save you." Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was being worshipped by tens of thousands of people, Juning Er's face flushed red. She was very excited, and her eyes were filled with little stars. Jun Xiaoyao showed up when the great Yin dynasty was in danger. He turned the tide and saved the dynasty from collapse. What was a hero? This was a hero. On the other hand, Feng Han was completely ignored. No one cared about him. Even if a few people did notice him, their eyes were filled with pity, sighs, and even a hint of contempt and disdain. After all, Feng Han's performance was too terrible. He had made a fool of himself. People were like that. No matter how many things you had done before, no matter how famous you were, as long as you failed once, the world would immediately forget about you. Fong Han was a clear example. His performance before was extremely outstanding, and he could even be considered the top fighter of the younger generation in the Dayan dynasty. Now everything was ruined. Taking a step back, even if Fong Han did not fail, compared to Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance, he was still as dim as the stars beside the sun. When he thought of this, the jealousy in Fong Han's heart grew stronger. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Fong Han. His eyes were deep. Jun Xiaoyao could feel the unusual aura on Fong Han's body. Could it be the aura of the world's origin? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He had already obtained the origin of the Tianxin continent, the Star continent, and the Sanluo continent. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the aura of the world's origin. However, Fong Han was the son of the royal lords of Dayan, and also the prince of the Dayan dynasty. It would be unreasonable to directly investigate or even deprive him of his opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao took this matter to heart. After that, the army of the Dayan dynasty began to completely eliminate the remnants of the 4 sinful clans. Jun Xiaoyao had nothing to do with it. The Dayan dynasty invited Jun Xiaoyao into the palace with the most solemn welcome. The royal lords of Dayan roughly told Jun Xiaoyao about the situation in the lower realm. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan rebelled. They are really bold. However, I, the Son of God, will let them know the consequences of betraying the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao sat high on the throne and narrowed his eyes slightly. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were below. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's cold words, the royal lords of Dayan and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The forces that betrayed the Jun family were even more unforgivable than the sinful clans. Jun Xiaoyao was so decisive against the sinful clans. One could imagine how he treated the traitors. The royal lords of Dayan and the others began to pray for the 2 clans. Recommended reading. Load 2013. Chapter 225. Now that the war on the Hidden Dragon continent has been quelled, we will rest for 3 days. After reorganizing the army, we will go directly to the continent where the ancient god clan is located to provide support. This time, I, the Son of God, will not only destroy the 10 sinful clans, but also the ancient demon clan, and the mastermind behind them. I will eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Jun Xiaoyao's words were firm, and his murderous aura was as sharp as a sword. Yes, we will follow the orders of the Son of God. The royal lords of Dayan and the others cupped their hands. Well, go and quell the remaining evil, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. The royal lords of Dayan and the others cupped their hands and left. Fong Han glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting on the throne. That was originally the throne of his father, the royal lords of Dayan. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was sitting on it, the royal lords of Dayan were not angry. Instead, they felt that it was natural. A strong sense of frustration filled Fong Han's heart. Even his father was respectful and courteous to Jun Xiaoyao. What was his son to him? Let's go, Fong Han said to Juning, who was standing beside him. Juning shook her head. Her face was still a little red. She said, Fong Han, you go first. I still have something to discuss with the Son of God. This. Fong Han was stunned. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, with a gloomy look, he turned and left without saying a word. Juning did not care about Fong Han's expression. At this moment, all her attention was on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sat on the throne. His white robe was spotless, and he was shining with divine light. His handsome face was difficult to describe. Juning directly knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What are you doing? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Thank you, Son of God, for saving the Dayan dynasty, and Second, thank you, Son of God, for being willing to take back to the immortal realm. Jun his beautiful eyes were full of tears. God knew how long she had waited for this day. Although she was a respected princess in the Dayan Empire, she was still a princess. But only Juning herself knew the loneliness of being separated from her family. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had appeared, he wanted to take her back to the celestial realm. For Jun Xiaoyao was of God's light. It's just a small matter. There's no need for all this. Besides, your brother and I are friends. Jun Xiaoyao lifted his hand slightly and channeled his powers. His whole body was lifted up. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say that Jun Wanjie had already submitted to him. Is that so? My brother is lucky to be able to meet the Son of God. Then my brother. Juning wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her jade-like hand. He is very good. He has become the 5th sequence of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao said. Really? That's great. Er's joy was overflowing. Juning knew very well what it meant to be the 5th sequence. When she was young, her brother said that he would work hard to become stronger, reach the peak, and then take her to live a good life. Now he had really fulfilled his promise. I still have some things to take care of in the lower realm, so I may have to wait until the things are settled before I can take you back to the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao said, I am already very grateful that the Son of God can take me back to the immortal realm. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Juning hurriedly replied. She had waited for so many years. Did she care about this little bit of time? By the way, I have something to ask you. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something and said, Son of God, please go ahead, Juning said. What's the situation with that prince just now? Jun Xiaoyao asked, Son of God, are you talking about Fang Han? He is the 16th prince of the Dayan dynasty. He has been ridiculed before. I saw that he was pitiful, so I helped him. Juning told Jun Xiaoyao some things about Fang Han, including how he was a foolish prince at first, but later he suddenly rose and became a genius. So that's how it is. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao was more or less certain. This Fang Han should be the heaven-defying son of the hidden dragon continent. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what Fang Han's opportunity was, the aura of the origin of the world couldn't escape his detection. Although Fang Han didn't show it, he couldn't hide his dissatisfaction with me. Is this because I stole his limelight? Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. How could Jun Xiaoyao not know about Fang Han's little scheme? He could even play with the geniuses of the mystic realm, let alone a lowly heaven-defying son of the lower world. Jun Xiaoyao also saw that Fang Han was interested in Juning. Juning-er's attitude towards him had undoubtedly made Fang Han even more jealous and resentful. Fang Han, you'd better have some self-awareness, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. If Fang Han dared to do anything, even if he was a prince of the Dayan dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't let him go. Jun Xiaoyao even hoped that Fang Han would do something. That way, he would be able to openly snatch Fang Han's opportunity. As for now, the Dayan dynasty had made great contributions in suppressing the sinful clans. If Jun Xiaoyao attacked Fang Han now, it wouldn't be justifiable. The chaos of the entire hidden dragon continent had also been settled. Next, Jun Xiaoyao only needed to go to the continent where the ancient god clan was to completely solve the problem of the 10 sinful clans. And just as the entire hidden dragon continent entered the final stage of cleaning up, the other continents weren't peaceful either. Since Jun Xiaoyao came to the lower world, he had gone to a total of 4 continents. They were the Tianxian continent, the Star continent, the Sanluo continent, and the hidden dragon continent. However, other than these 4 continents, there were 6 more that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't set foot in yet. These 6 continents were also in a turbulent situation. The Guiyuan continent was one of the 10 lands in the lower world. At this moment, in a hidden canyon on the Guiyuan continent, a battle between prodigies was breaking out. After a loud bang, a purple-robed youth was sent flying, spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with anger and fear as he looked at the figure opposite him. It was a young man in a black and gold robe. His hair was as black as ink, his skin was pale, and his face was handsome. He looked thin and tall, like a pale-faced scholar. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind. However, after understanding the young man's strength, the purple-robed youth's eyes were filled with reluctance and despair. "I've risen all the way to this day, and I've been favored by the heavens and earth. How can I be defeated? There shouldn't be anyone in the younger generation on this continent who can defeat me." The purple-robed youth roared indignantly. He was originally an abandoned disciple of a small sect. After he accidentally obtained a ball of world origin, he rose all the way to power, and his opportunities were overwhelming. In the end, he destroyed the sect that chased him away. However, just as the purple-robed youth was feeling smug and even began to fantasize about dominating the entire continent in the future, this handsome young man with unbelievably pale skin suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, the young man's strength shocked the purple-robed youth. He had the world origin, but he still couldn't defeat this young man. This was simply illogical. "It seems that you are the Guayuan continent's son of Providence. I must have your world origin." The young man stretched out his hand, and a dense reincarnation power spread out. Vaguely, there seemed to be a huge illusory roulette behind him. That wheel was engraved with the 6 realms of life, as if it could pull all living beings into the cycle of reincarnation. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 226. What kind of power is this? The purple-robed youth screamed in terror. The illusory wheel that appeared behind the black-clothed youth caused a great fear to rise in his heart. The mysterious power made the purple-robed youth lose all his will to fight. He only wanted to escape. Nothing in this world can escape the pain of reincarnation. Become my resources. The black-robed youth's face was cold. The purple-robed youth suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed, "I understand now. Are you someone with providence from another continent?" The purple-robed youth thought that only a son of Providence of the same level could suppress him like this. Yes and no. The black-robed youth smiled. He seemed to admire the purple-robed youth's terrified and struggling appearance. Hence, he explained patiently, "I'm not someone from the lower realm, but I've been hiding in the lower realm for countless eras. My goal is to steal the lower realm's providence and world origin when the 10 realms are in chaos. And you are my second prey." As the black-robed youth spoke, a world origin power also emanated from his body. That was the world origin he had snatched from the protagonist of another continent. Although these sons of Providence of the lower realm were strong, their foundations were still too weak compared to the ancient freaks who had been buried for countless eras. Ancient freaks could not even defeat the geniuses of the same generation in the immortal region, let alone these protagonists of Providence from the lower realm. Hearing the black-robed youth's words, the purple-robed youth's heart turned cold. The black-robed youth in front of him was simply a hunter of sons of Providence. "Die. This world's origin power and the world's providence will all belong to me." The black-robed youth activated the reincarnation and world origin power. The purple-robed youth could not withstand it at all. His physical body was crushed inch by the wheel phantom and shattered into a bloody pulp. At the last moment of his life, the purple-robed youth heard the black-robed youth's final words. "Remember, the one who sent you into reincarnation is the river of forgetfulness. Pucci." With that, the purple-robed youth's physical body collapsed. A multicolored world origin appeared. The handsome black-robed youth, called River of Forgetfulness, reached out and the world origin power fell into his hand. The second one, River of Forgetfulness, murmured. Sensing the great changes in the lower realm's 10 lands, the River of Forgetfulness awakened from the sealed immortal origin. His first goal was to plunder the world's origin and providence. In this lower realm, there is a place called the crack between the 10 realms. There are many great opportunities there. Wang Chuan's eyes flashed. At this time, Wang Chuan seemed to have sensed something and said faintly, "Since you're here, why not show yourself?" The surroundings were still quiet. A moment later, a voice that sounded like a silver bell suddenly rang out. As expected of an ancient freak of the devil sect of Samsara, his senses are indeed sharp. Following this voice, a petite girl wearing a short black skirt, linglong, appeared. Her hair was tied up in 2 buns. Her thin eyebrows were clean. Her big eyes were watery. Her nose was high, and her lips were bright red. She was not tall, but she could compete with Jiang Luoli to see who was shorter. Her chest was even more ordinary, and her presence was extremely low. Only the pair of snow-white and slender legs under the short skirt were beautiful and eye-catching. On her fair ankles were a string of golden bells that were strung together with a red string. When she walked, it would make a crisp sound. The girl was like a jade porcelain doll, pure and cute. However, amidst this innocence and cuteness, there was also a faint charm to it. This strange combination of purity and charm made this girl's temperament quite special. "You are." Wang Chuan frowned slightly. He could feel that this girl in front of him seemed harmless to man and beast, but the energy contained in her petite body was absolutely terrifying. This girl was not from the lower realms, and most importantly, she recognized that River of Forgetfulness was an ancient freak that the devil sect of Samsara had buried in the lower realms. "I am the current saintess of the devil sect, Xiao Maxian," the young girl called Xiao Maxian proudly said as she stuck out her chest that didn't have any curves. "Devil's sect?" Wang Chuan revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't know who Xiao Maxian was. Because he was an ancient freak that had been buried in the lower realms for countless years, it was impossible for him to know the current generation of Heaven's Prides. But River of Forgetfulness knew of the devil sect. This was an incomparably terrifying orthodoxy of the immortal realm that had been passed down for countless epochs. It was rumored that it was the orthodoxy of a demonic immortal. This was definitely an immortal sect with a formidable background. And most importantly, the devil sect and another immortal sect, the human sect, had always been in a state of opposition. "You are the current saintess of the devil sect. What business do you have with me? Could it be that you want to steal my world source?" River of Forgetfulness indifferently said. He was an ancient freak. Even in the younger generation of the mortal realm, he was an absolute peak existence. Facing the saintess of the devil sect, he was not afraid at all. Of course not. The human sect's big sister Qing wants to recruit partners. I, Xiao Maxian, naturally can't fight alone. Xiao Maxian giggled. River of Forgetfulness's eyes narrowed. He was naturally aware of the opposition between the human sect and the devil sect. The Qing Yi that Xiao Maxian spoke of was likely the human sect saintess. However, River of Forgetfulness had no intention of intervening in the battle between the two immortal sections. Just as he was about to refuse, Xiao Maxian's lips curved up in a charming smile. "You probably don't know how long you have been sealed away. The devil sect of Samsara has long since disappeared into the dust of history." "What?" River of Forgetfulness was finally unable to remain calm. The devil sect of Samsara had long since disappeared into the long river of history? Are you lying to me? River of Forgetfulness's surroundings surged with the will of Samsara. "I'm not lying to you. According to some historical records of my sect, the devil sect of Samsara once fought with the life-forbidden zone's undying mountain in a vain attempt to find the secret of immortality and then fuse with the secret of Samsara. In the end, they never returned." Xiao Maxian said. After that, she also told River of Forgetfulness some information about the devil sect of Samsara. After River of Forgetfulness heard this, he fell silent. In fact, there was no lack of ancient freaks in the past. When these ancient freaks broke out of their seals, they discovered that the influence they belonged to had long since disappeared. Looking around, they didn't recognize anyone in the world. Perhaps this was the price that ancient freaks had to pay to be sealed away. So you're looking for me not only to cooperate, but also to recruit me? River of Forgetfulness saw through this matter. If it was only a cooperation, then Xiao Maxian wouldn't have been so patient to explain. Xiao Maxian giggled. Of course. You are the Saint Samsara body. My celestial demon cult welcomes such a talent. River of Forgetfulness didn't immediately respond. Since the devil sect of Samsara had long since disappeared, River of Forgetfulness naturally had to find another place to settle down. If a single person didn't have a great influence supporting them, it would be difficult for them to grow. The celestial demon cult was indeed strong, but River of Forgetfulness had the Saint Samsara body and was once the strongest saint son of the devil sect of Samsara. He naturally had pride in his heart. If one wanted him to join a great influence, they would have to defeat him first and convince him of their strength. Xiao Maxian was strong. She was even able to exchange pointers with an ancient freak like River of Forgetfulness. But to say that he wanted to defeat him, that would be a fantasy. Moreover, River of Forgetfulness also knew that although Xiao Maxian looked pure and innocent, she was also extremely cunning. He knew the reason the celestial demon cult wanted to recruit him. Besides his talent and strength, there was another reason. There was also another reason. It was the hidden treasure trove of the devil sect of Samsara, as well as the emperor armament, the 6 paths of Samsara disc. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 227. Every major force had their own treasure trove. The demon sect of Samsara naturally had one. Moreover, the demon sect of Samsara's imperial weapon, the 6 paths of Samsara disc, was placed in the treasure trove. Now that the demon sect of Samsara had been destroyed, the treasure trove was naturally missing, and Wang Chuan was the person most likely to find the treasure trove, because he was the last descendant of the demon sect of Samsara. Wang Chuan was well aware of the demon sect's intentions. He didn't expose them. He nodded slightly and said, "We can talk about those things later, but in the lower realms we can cooperate." "All right, it's a deal. With you here, we should be able to contend with that guy." Xiao Maxian muttered. "What do you mean?" Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Xiao Maxian's words meant that there was someone in the younger generation who could contend with an ancient freak like him? What a joke! The reason why ancient freaks were called ancient freaks was because they had unparalleled potential. After being sealed for thousands of years, they could sweep away the current generation of heaven's prides. Hey, little brother Wang Chuan, the times have changed. This is no longer your era. In this era, a monster has appeared. A very, very strong monster. Xiao Maxian said as she crossed her arms, a look of fear on her face. Who is it? Wang Chuan was interested. He was once the saint son of the demon sect of Samsara. He also had the saint physique of Samsara. He was an ancient freak. Who could contend with him? The Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, a very handsome monster. Although I haven't seen him with my own eyes, I've heard his name so many times that my ears have grown calluses. Xiao Maxian pouted. The Jun family. Wang Chuan's eyes trembled. When he heard the demon sect of Samsara, his expression was still calm. But when he heard the Jun family, his expression changed. This was definitely a terrifying family of the remote antiquity. In their era, the Jun family was at the top of the immortal forces. At that time, a heaven's pride of the demon sect of Samsara clashed with a heaven's pride of the Jun family and was killed in the end. The demon sect of Samsara didn't dare to go to the Jun family to seek justice. Instead, they chose to lay low. From this, one could see the prestige and influence of the Jun family in the immortal realm. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of generations and had never declined. I didn't expect it to be the Jun family. It seems that every generation there will be some evildoers. However, this generation's evildoer has piqued my curiosity. Wang Chuan murmured, "Don't worry. You will meet him sooner or later. This is because Jun Xiaoyao has also come to the lower realms. Xiao Maxian said, "Is that so? Then I would like to see just how powerful this monster is." Two vortexes of reincarnation seemed to appear in Forget Chuan's eyes, layer upon layer. His sacred reincarnation constitution was ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 constitutions. He believed that even the genius of the Jun family would not be able to compete with him. Not to mention, he also had the 6 paths of reincarnation disc replica, the lesser 6 paths of reincarnation disc. With the divine body and the divine weapon in hand, why would the River of Forgetfulness need to fear anyone? Seeing the fighting spirit in River of Forgetfulness's eyes, Xiao Maxian nodded with satisfaction. One of the reasons why she tried to rope in Forget Chuan was to restrict Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, when the crack of the 10 realms opened, wouldn't all the opportunities in the lower realms be taken away by Jun Xiaoyao? However, I've heard that Jun Xiaoyao was born handsome and elegant. Furthermore, his sacred body of the ancients is also very strong in that aspect. Xiao Maxian licked her little tongue, a hint of seduction appearing on her innocent and adorable face. This pure and charming lowly of the celestial demon cult seemed to have a special interest in Jun Xiaoyao, just as the ancient freak River of Forgetfulness was forming an alliance with Xiao Maxian. In another place called the Southern Blue Continent, a young girl was running in a small forest, as if she was avoiding some scourge. Finally, the young girl came to a cliff. There was no path ahead of her. In the sky behind her, a young man with a jade-like face and a reddish-gold robe was leisurely walking over with his hands behind his back. Around the young man, wisps of chaotic energy floated up and down, as if they could crush the void for thousands of miles. The space around him was faintly distorted because of the chaotic energy, as if it was about to shatter. This young man was majestic and had the appearance of a king. He was awe-inspiring. You are the one from the chaotic continent." The young girl trembled with fear in her eyes. In the 10 realms of the lower realms, which continent was the strongest and most prosperous? It was none other than the chaotic continent. There was even a rumor that the chaotic continent was a small part of the celestial realm that fell into the lower realms when the celestial realm fought with the foreign realm and became the chaotic continent. Of course, this legend was too old, and no one knew if it was true or not. However, it could be seen that the chaotic continent had a special status in the 10 realms of the lower realms. It was definitely the core existence. The young man in front of her was the heaven-defying child of the chaotic continent. It could even be said that he was the strongest of the 10 heaven-defying children. As for Forget Chuan, he was not the heaven-defying child, but an ancient freak buried in the lower realms. He had just robbed the heaven-defying child of his fate and origin. "Spare my life. I can be a slave or a servant. You can make me do anything." The young girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "A slave or a servant, are you worthy?" The young man's eyes were cold. He did not say anything else and slapped down. Chaotic chi accompanied it and spread in all directions. Without any suspense, the young girl who carried the Southern Blue Continent's origin was slapped to death by the young man. Then, the Southern Blue Continent's origin appeared. The young man reached out and grabbed it. The third one. The young man's lips curled into a faint smile. Including himself and the origin of the chaotic continent, the young man had already obtained 3 balls of the world's origin. In his opinion, he should be the person who obtained the most of the world's origin. In the young man's heart, he had another ambition. He wanted to gather the origin of the 10 realms and gather the fate of the 10 heaven-defying children. He wanted to create an ultimate heaven-defying king. When that time came, how strong would he be? It was simply unimaginable. Just then, a cold and distant voice suddenly rang out. "Li Daoxian, you could have spared the young girl's life and only taken the origin." Hearing this voice that was as refreshing as spring water, the young man called Li Daoxuan's eyes flashed with passion and love. However, he concealed it very well. Not far away, A beautiful figure in a blurry green robe and flowing with heavenly light was sitting cross-legged on a green lotus. She crossed the sky. Her figure was graceful, and her face was covered with a veil. Her heavenly light was hazy, and only a pair of crystal-like eyes could be seen, as if they were reflecting the clear lake water. Her aura was like a green lotus that had just bloomed and was untainted by dust. Although the woman's face was covered by a thin veil, the vaguely revealed outline of her absolute beauty made people have the urge to take a peek at her beautiful face. This woman was Ji Qing-yi. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 228. Ji Qing-yi sat cross-legged on the green lotus. She looked otherworldly and otherworldly. There were countless beautiful women in the world. However, it was rare to see a woman with a special aura. Even Jun Xiaoyao had been impressed by Ji Qingyi's cold and fairy-like aura. This woman was not from the mortal world and was rarely heard of in the human world. In the celestial realm, there were countless young elites who were impressed by Ji Qingyi, not to mention in the lower world. Li Daoxuan's eyes were burning with passion, but he did not comment on her words. Even a wildfire can't burn it out. I don't think I did anything wrong. Of course, if Fairy Qing-yi thinks it's inappropriate, I can change it. Li Daoxian smiled elegantly. He felt that he could be considered a handsome man, and he was also someone who carried great fortune. He was the strongest among the 10 heaven-defying children. Logically speaking, he should be very charming. However, ever since Ji Qing-yi had found him, she had always maintained a certain distance from him. As for their relationship, it was a normal cooperative relationship. There were no feelings involved. Li Daoxian was confused. Was he not good enough to catch Ji Qingyi's eye? Hearing Li Daoxuan's words, Ji Qingyi shook her head. She had come to the lower world to look for fortuitous opportunities. On the other hand, she was responsible for recruiting talents for the Ren Immortal Sect. The elder of the Ren Immortal Sect had told her that the 10 heaven-defying children with great luck would be born in the lower world. If they did not die in the future, they would be able to become supreme beings. That was why Ji Qing-yi was sent to find them. Ji Qing-yi quickly found Li Daoxian. His aptitude, luck, and strength were undoubtedly at the top even among the 10 heaven-defying children. However, Ji Qing-yi did not like his personality. Li Daoxian even seemed to have other thoughts about her. However, in the lower world, she still needed Li Daoxuan's luck. Because the crack of the 10 worlds was the greatest fortuitous opportunity in the lower world. However, not everyone could enter it. With Li Daoxuan's luck, he should be able to enter it. Therefore, Ji Qing-yi was just using Li Daoxian now. Li Daoxian naturally understood, but he was also using Ji Qing-yi. Fairy Qing-yi, you said that you would help me find the source of the other worlds and become a heaven-defying king. Li Daoxian said, I will naturally help you. After all, at that time, I will still have to deal with that person from the demonic celestial cult with you. Ji Qingyi's eyes were deep as she spoke. Her competitor, the celestial demon cult's Xiaomaxian, was also in the lower realms. Ji Qingyi also understood that it was impossible for Xiaomaxian to fight alone. She would also look for allies to form an alliance. Now, it was time to see whose ally was more powerful. It was the ancient freak Wang Chuan, and it was the most heaven-defying son, Li Daoxian. Haha, Fairy Qing-yi, don't worry. I will naturally do my best to help you deal with that person from the demonic celestial cult. Li Daoxian laughed. He was still very confident in his own strength. Don't be overconfident. Be careful of failing miserably. After all, the outside world is saying that you have the chaotic body. However, you should know what it is, Ji Qingyi warned. Li Daoxuan's smile faded slightly. Indeed, the outside world was saying that a chaotic body had appeared in the chaotic continent, and it was him, Li Daoxian. A terrifying physique like the chaotic body was ranked in the top 10 among the 3,000 physiques. It was enough to compete with supreme physiques, like the sacred body of the ancients. However, The chaotic body was rarely seen in the entire celestial realm. How could it appear in the lower realms? Love me. This was also the most incomprehensible thing to everyone. However, only Li Daoxian knew. He didn't have the chaotic body at all. He had only obtained the chaotic origin of the chaotic continent. After fusing with the chaotic origin, he could control the power of chaos and was tainted with the aura of chaos. It was indeed very similar to the legendary chaotic body. However, there was an essential difference between the two. Ji Qingyi's words were very straightforward. She was doing it for Li Daoxuan's sake. She didn't want the genius that she had recruited with great difficulty to die because of his arrogance. However, Li Daoxian was a little unhappy. If he gathered the world origin into his body, he would become a heaven-defying king. Even if he faced a true chaotic body, he wouldn't be afraid. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Fairy Qingyi, Li Daoxian said lightly. At the same time, he swore in his heart. One day, he would definitely conquer this cold and arrogant fairy. Oh, right. Other than the demonic celestial cult, there is another person that you must pay special attention to. If you meet him, don't think too much. Hide if you can, Ji Qingyi said. Hide if I can? This time, Li Daoxian was really a little frustrated. How much did Ji Qingyi look down on him? She actually told him to hide if he could. After all, he was the strongest heaven-defying son. Did he not care about his face? I wonder who Fairy Qingyi is talking about. Li Daoxian suppressed his frustration and said coldly, Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family, Ji Qingyi said. Until now, she still couldn't forget that time at the Heaven Dao Tower. The extraordinary figure that Jun Xiaoyao manifested with his back facing everyone seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and the universe. This was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Anyone who made him their enemy would die without a doubt. Ji Qingyi's words and tone made Li Daoxian a little unhappy. He was even a little jealous. Why did it feel like Ji Qingyi's words were more of admiration and lament? Since Jun Xiaoyao is so strong, why didn't Fairy Qingyi find him for an alliance instead of me? Li Daoxuan's tone was a little jealous. Ji Qingyi shook her head and said, He doesn't need to form an alliance with anyone. He alone can defeat everyone in the lower worlds. This was serious. What she meant was that Jun Xiaoyao alone could defeat any prodigy in the lower worlds, including those from the immortal realm. Oh, is he really that powerful? Li Daoxuan's eyes were filled with doubt and disapproval. Could it be that Ji Qingyi was trying to suppress him and temper his Dao heart? You'll know if you meet him. All right, let's not waste time. Ji Qingyi's beautiful figure flew into the sky as soon as she finished speaking. Looking at Ji Qingyi's departing figure, Li Daoxuan's eyes shone. Qingyi, I will definitely conquer you. There's also that Jun Xiaoyao. If he shows up, I'll defeat him right in front of you. I, Li Daoxian, am the man worthy of your attention. As Li Daoxian thought of this, the chaotic aura around him surged, causing the surrounding void to crack and become filled with cracks. Just as the other continents were in turmoil, the Dragon Kingdom, the Dayan dynasty was also ready to set off. Under Jun Xiaoyao's lead, a large group of people passed through the Transrealm Transportation Formation and headed towards the continent where the ancient God clan was. This time, Jun Xiaoyao was determined to completely quell the storm of the 10 sinners. Chapter 229. The continent where the ancient God clan resided was called the Myriad Continent. The 10 continents in the 10 lands of the lower worlds had different levels of prosperity. The Myriad Continent was the second most prosperous continent after the Chaos Continent. Therefore, the various factions and races on this continent were extremely diverse and complex. Of course, the heaven-defying geniuses born on this continent were also the strongest existences apart from Li Daoxian. Jun Xiaoyao set foot on the Myriad Continent with a group of people and began to gather information. To his surprise, he didn't just find out about the ancient God clan. Jun Xiaoyao also found another piece of information. It came from the Jiang family. The Jiang family's spirit king physique, Jiang Zuling. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. The Dayan dynasty intelligence officer in front of him had told him some information. Among them was this genius from the Jiang family. However, Jiang Zuling's reputation on the Myriad continent wasn't very good. Many natives of the continent called him the executioner. Wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. All resources would be plundered by him. Jiang Zuling had even destroyed many factions on the Myriad continent. Even the Qin dynasty, once the #1 dynasty on the continent, had been destroyed by him. The reason for their destruction was that a prince of the Qin dynasty possessed a connate spirit bone that was quite compatible with Jiang Zuling's spirit king physique. Therefore, for the sake of this connate spirit bone, he directly ordered the Tao protector to take action and destroy the entire dynasty. This was definitely the work of a demon king. However, many of the geniuses of the lower worlds had done the same. It could only be said that only the strong survived. There was no logic to it. A dynasty destroyed and a spirit bone dug out. Why does this feel so familiar? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, the Qin dynasty prince who'd had his bone dug out might be the heaven-defying genius of the Myriad continent. Jun Xiaoyao felt that he had to find Jiang Zuling. According to the plot, Jiang Zuling should have been slapped in the face by the Qin dynasty prince. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ro, had once been the goddess of the Jiang family. Half of the Jiang family's blood flowed through his veins. If Jun Xiaoyao went to the Jiang family, he would be treated like a young master. He would definitely be a core member of the family. Jun Xiaoyao had a premonition that his clansmen were at risk of being slapped in the face. Naturally, he could not turn a blind eye to this. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao still needed to harvest the heaven-defying children and obtain the world's origin. Therefore, if the prince of the Qin dynasty really was the heaven-defying son of the Myriad continent, all the more reason for him to go. After finding out where Jiang Zuling appeared, Jun Xiaoyao decided to take his group to find Jiang Zuling. The rest of the people from the Dayan dynasty went to the ancient god clan to support them. The Kanglin sect was one of the more powerful sects on the Myriad continent. However, at this moment, the Kanglin sect's base was filled with raging flames and smoke. Countless cultivators of the Kanglin sect were screaming in agony. At this moment in the sky, a young man whose entire body was filled with spiritual energy stood with his hands behind his back. There was a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at the grief-stricken cultivators of the Kanglin sect as if they were ants. He was none other than the Jiang family's spirit king physique, Jiang Zuling. This is the 6th faction I've destroyed, but their resources are truly plentiful. It seems that the lower worlds are not as barren as I thought. Jiang Zuling chuckled softly. He was in a good mood. Although he possessed the spirit king physique, he was not one of the top geniuses in the Jiang family. He was even inferior to his cousin, Jiang Luoli, who possessed the Yuan spirit Tao physique. Therefore, Jiang Zuling had not been able to obtain particularly abundant resources from the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Zuling had gone into a frenzy of plundering in the lower worlds. His gains were indeed gratifying. Not only had he obtained all kinds of resources, but most importantly, he'd obtained an innate spirit bone. The innate spirit bone paired with his spirit king physique was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was a qualitative leap. That guy should be dead by now, right? Jiang Zuling sneered when he thought of the Qin dynasty prince, whose bones he'd dug out. He was just an ant from the lower worlds, but he still wanted to overturn the heavens. The reason why Jiang Zuling didn't kill him at that time was that he wanted him to struggle in pain and die with hatred in the end. But why hasn't cousin Luoli descended yet? Does the family not plan to let her descend? Jiang Zuling murmured in his heart. He was still hoping to rely on Jiang Luoli to build a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao and get acquainted with him. In this way, wouldn't his plan fall through? Young master, we're almost done with this sect." Two elders appeared beside him. They were both sages. "Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Zuling nodded slightly. The reason why he could be so arrogant and easily exterminate an entire sect was because of the two elders. "Haha, they're just some ants from the lower worlds. Don't worry about them." One of the elders chuckled. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out from the void. "What an ant from the lower world. In the eyes of people from the immortal realms like you, we from the lower world are fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered?" Hearing this voice, Jiang Zuling's eyes flashed. Why did he feel like he had heard this voice before? In the distant sky, a young man in a brocade robe walked over. Seeing this familiar face, Jiang Zuling was stunned at first. Then a playful look appeared on his face. This young man in a brocade robe was the prince of the Qin dynasty, Qin Hao, whose bones he had dug out. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the useless prince. I was kind enough to spare your life that day, but I didn't expect you to really survive." Seeing Qin Hao's arrival, Jiang Zuling's face was very calm and even looked like a cat playing with a mouse. That's right. Qin Hao was just an ant in his eyes, even if he was lucky enough to survive. So what? Could he still pose a threat to him? And don't forget, not only was Jiang Zuling himself very powerful, but he also had two sages as protectors. How could Qin Hao pose a threat to him? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated, and those who kill others will be killed. You're so perverse and easily exterminated sects and clans. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Qin Hao said righteously. He was simply the light of righteousness, illuminating the earth. Hearing this, Jiang Zuling was stunned at first, then suddenly looked up and laughed. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. In Jiang Zuling's eyes, Qin Hao's words were as childish as a child's. The weak were prey to the strong in this world. How could there be so much logic to speak of? And if the Emperor Road opened in the future, there would be all kinds of crueler things. Therefore, such righteous words were very ridiculous in the eyes of a genius like Jiang Zuling. What are you laughing at? If you have the guts, fight me again. Qin Hao's eyes surged with cold flames. Oh, a little ant like you has the guts to challenge me? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Jiang Zuling smiled. His interest was piqued. He wanted to know what kind of storm this ant could stir up. At this moment, Qin Hao's body suddenly shook, and the world origin power surged. Jiang Zuling's expression changed instantly. Recommended reading, Load File 2013.